Welcome, welcome. It's morning. I've got a lot of work to do on this CX7 still, and got to start the day out with a good pancake or something, right? So, you know, since I'm not very attractive, maybe I could be a food model or something like that. I don't know if people. Anyway, okay. So we're gonna continue working on this Yamaha CX7. And yesterday I kind of did basic stuff, addressed friction in the keys, made sure we weren't going to have any sticking keys with, you know, because new keys fit kind of tight. You need to kind of work it through. And I aligned all the parts, hammers and whatnot, and everything below. And then I started working on the foundation of the action, which makes it feel solid when you play. Okay, because the key, the action slides out, right? It's an independent unit, and it rests on a big, thick piece of wood called the key bed. And the way those two interact can make either like a spongy, bouncy feel that sucks energy out of the pianist, or it can be a very solid foundation that gives energy to the playing and makes the pianist feel like their playing is more powerful and efficient. Okay, so when I started going through that last night, it became apparent that this action was regulated by, in other words, you can raise the key height and lower it by basically, the action frame is curved. Okay, it's not flat, and we have a front rail. Picture three rails. Okay, like a triangle kind of. Okay, we have the front rail, a back rail, and the back of the keys rest on the back rail, and the front rail is what the keys stop on when you push the key. Okay, so front rail, back rail, push the key, and then the balance rail is the other part that the keys rest on at rest. Okay, so they rest on 2 points and then they pivot down. So the action frame is kind of floating in the middle, and then they have these bolts that go through and touch the wood underneath on the key bed, and those bolts support that action so that it's not spongy and bouncy. Okay, so anyway, it was apparent that if you raise the middle, this is important to understand. If you raise the middle of that key bed, then not the key bed, it's called the balance rail of the key frame. If you push those bolts down, run them down, it'll raise that middle point and it'll prop up the keys. Okay, so they become higher. So that means they travel farther on the front when you push them down, if you follow. And that dimension, really regulating the action, is how far the key travels versus how far the hammer travels. And the hammer should travel a lot farther. It's geared, okay? So that a small movement here makes a big movement of the hammer. That allows you to have um, that allows you to get like really high velocities on the hammer, which give the piano its speaking power. Okay, so anyway, if they adjusted it though by running those bolts down, the bolts were run so far down that there was a lot of pressure on the action, and it was lifting up the front rail almost a little bit, so that it wasn't very firm in the front, and that doesn't feel as good. It doesn't have as good of a tonal response from the piano. So when I set those bolts the way they should be, those are called glide bolts or glide studs for keyframe bedding, bedding studs. When I set them the way that they're supposed to be, at least from my understanding, then all of a sudden it lowered the keys a ton, and there's hardly any key travel. And this is something I've dealt with regulating Yamahas that are a lot older, and then now also this new one. So I don't know if there's something that I don't understand in the way that they regulate, where they would prefer to have that situation, but it doesn't feel as firm to the pianist, and the sound isn't as good. So I don't think it's by design. I think it's a shortcut that can be used by the person who's adjusting the action. But I think it can be overused to the point where we have the issue that we had here. We just couldn't get that front rail to kind of bed firmly down. All right. So, um, so anyway, right now we've got a great foundation of alignment, solid contact in the bottom of the keyframe to the key bed. But what we need to do now is totally adjust how far those keys travel, because right now it's so minimal, the action doesn't work. And I'll show you what I mean. Just one more bite here of my pancakes, then we'll get to it. I'll wash up and we'll get going. There's a lot of work to this, but we'll get it, okay? So, bear with me, I'll be right back. Let me switch the camera to the back. This will only take but a short moment to wash my hands, and we'll get started. Here we go. Okay. All washed up, ready to open this thing up and get going on it again. So, cover this beast, beautiful beast. Right. So, let me show you how this action is not working right now. And it didn't come this way, obviously, if you're just joining in. That's bobbling to the extreme, right? And it's all the way across. And the issue is that the key right now doesn't travel very far. Let's put a number to that. I'll show you. Let me get my little ruler out. This is a metric ruler, and let's just kind of get a number. I'll pick two keys that are even. Okay, it's traveling about 7.5 millimeters. Okay, we need 10 millimeters on this piano for it to be correct. I think that's what the Yamaha spec is. So 2.5 millimeters difference here makes that much of a difference in how the action functions. It's just bobbling all over the place, bouncing. Up there it's a little better, but it still has the disease, okay? But when we bedded it firmly, it made for a great solid surface, so the sound is going to be a lot better in the end. So let me show you what happens on the inside of the action with that bobbling so that you understand what's going on. Okay. And I'm not alarmed at all. I mean, I think things are going to plan. This piano will end up really great. It's just unfortunate that it was regulated the way it was, because it made it too hard to get things the way I want them. Not too hard. It made it just made for more work. Okay. So let's pull the action and let me show you what's going on. Now, when I pull the action, it's going to change this relationship, but again, I want to show you this configuration, maybe from underneath, okay? All right, so here we're looking at here the front rail, this piece that goes all along, very solid, right? Lots of big, thick wood, and the keys hit down upon that, okay? Then we have in the middle the balance rail here. Okay, that's the middle of the action. And that's the midpoint where the keys teeter on, okay? And all these brass studs that come through that are polished, those come through the wood so that they, let's tip you here, so that they'll make contact down here with the key bed when it's flat, right? And they'll support that middle rail. But they also, because of that support, if we turn the screw where that comes out more, then it pushes that middle rail up, okay? And then the key height is higher. And that makes the keys travel farther. But that's not the way, from my understanding, to adjust my understanding and experience. That's not the way. You can adjust it somewhat and change the depth of the keys. But if you do it a lot, then you run into problems. And in this case, when I put the amount of pressure and supported these the way I want them, so that the front fits solid and is making contact here with the key bed, when I did that, then the key travel was way too shallow, okay? And then there's the back rail right there. The keys rest on the back rail. If you see, there's some green felt in there, and the keys are, when they're at rest, they're sitting on the back of that, okay? So the back of the key has a height. And because of this triangle relationship where the middle's higher than the ends, the front and the back, it makes it so that the key can teeter, okay? Right? If you think about it, if you had 3 points here, the back of the key, the middle, and the front, and they were all flat, how would the key go up and down at the front, right? So it rests on the middle and the back when it's at rest, and the weights of the parts keep it down so that the key is up, right in this position. Then I push down, the key is down, okay? That's just important to understand. Now, let me show you what's going on with the bobbling on the grand piano, okay? If the key pushes the hammer up, right, through a series of levers, 3 different levers. The key is the big lever here, down here. The next one is this component right here, the whip-in. Okay, you can see that lift point down there where there's a brass piece. Let's see if I can get this out of my way a little bit. There's a brass piece called the capstan screw. It lifts the whip-in, okay? Then the third lever is the hammer shank, and it lifts right here on the knuckle, okay? And the jack right here, this rectangular piece that I'm wiggling, is what lifts this, okay? This part is free to push down. Look, it moves like this down. Because what happens, well, I won't be able to show that right now, but, okay, now look at the jack really carefully. I'm gonna pull this out of the tripod. All this detailed explanation is important to understand, okay, in my view. Okay, so if I push the key, the jack here is pushing the knuckle up, and look, what's gonna stop it from just shoving the hammer up against the string and blocking up against the string? What's gonna stop it from just doing that? Well, it's this ingenious trip lever here, the jack tender. Okay, and here's the let off button, or the escapement button, okay? So when you push the key, you're supposed to be able to go, it's gonna at some point meet that button, and it's gonna meet that button and trip the jack out. Show you what that looks like from here. We trip the jack out, okay. Now it's free from under the knuckle, so the hammer can hit the string and fall back down without bouncing on this jack. But When there's not enough key travel, look, the jack starts to go forward but doesn't get out from under there. So the hammer, if I can show this, let me get my little block. So the hammer, sorry, excuse me, just 1 minute, just bounces. It's not able to drop down freely and go into check and catch on the, what we call the back check here, that yellow part. Okay, it's supposed to go catch. So we need this jack to escape. Now, you say, oh, well, you can just make it, you know, we can run this let off button down, but right now we're so out of adjustment that we need to fix this. So we are going to do that. The real issue here is not, you know, where that button is adjusted. The real issue is how far the key's going down. We need it to go down farther. Okay. So we're going to do that. But first, before we do that, we're going to make sure the keys are level. And I'm going to show you how I do that. Okay. Let's see what our camera angle's at right now. Okay, there we go. That's a little better. Now we can see the piano. Now, if you look at this keyboard, look at this line that's formed on the tops of the keys. They're pretty level with each other, but it looks visually to me like now that I've adjusted these where I want, that the middle sags just a little bit. I'm going to see if that's really true. I'm going to get a straight edge that I use, and we're going to check that. Okay, let me go get the straight edge. Now I can just set this on here. Now this is supposed to be straight. I hope it is still. I can just set this on here and I can visually see, if I get on my little stool here, my little mini chair, I can visually see that currently we have a little bit of a gap in the middle between the keys and the rail for the most part, okay? And then on the ends, obviously it's making contact because it has to rest on something. So what I was seeing visually is accurate. There's a little bit of a sag in the key height. I want that key height uniform because visually it doesn't look good when there's a sag. And also we want the keys to be at the same height when you're playing and to go down the same amount. So we're going to set the key height just a little bit. And this is how we'll do it. Let me grab my tool bag for that. Okay, I have these little blocks, okay? These little blocks have a hole so I can stick them on the key pin, and this screw will prop up the key to support it under the weight of that straight edge. And I have two of them. So we're gonna stick those in the ends here. Do some self-filming here. Okay, I'm going to just take this straight edge out of the way carefully. It's aluminum, I don't want it to get dinged. I'm going to remove the punching group. These are what we call punchings, okay? There's a cloth for noise, and then these papers that are different thicknesses. Alright, we're going to set that aside for now. Just right there is fine. I'm going to lift the key up and put this stop block on here. Okay, that's way too high, right? Let's see how this one works on this side. That's also way too high, but I'm going to run this screw down and get the adjustment better. All right. Let's run this screw down all the way. Or close. Oh, but if I go all the way, it sticks through the bottom, so that's no good. Let's get it about here. All right. Okay. So even when I run that screw as far down as I can, I have issues with this block. I'm wondering if I need to raise the key height. I'm gonna look and see if I have a spec for key height on the Yamaha. Or I might just Google it, see if it comes up here. Let's just Google it. So we'll just Google Yamaha CX7 regulation specs. Let's see what comes up. See if someone's posted something. Well, let's check it out. It's just been so many years since I did the Yamaha class that things might have changed, and just, you never know. So I'm going to change the search. Yamaha CX7 key height spec. Let's see if anything comes up on that. And AI says to me that the C7X grand piano has a key height of 40.5 inches. But that's obviously from the floor. So that's not the key height we need. Let's see. All right, I'm going to go blow the dust off of my old Little Red Schoolhouse manual and see what it says. Be right back. It's just upstairs. Let's grab it. I'll take you with me. Up the stairs. And I believe I have in here a manual from way back when. The beginning of time. Oh, let's look from the other side. Okay. Here we are, Yamaha Little Red Schoolhouse. Oh, this is just a graduation. This is just pictures with me and Leroy Edwards. See, that's what I used to look like. Not bad, eh? And that's Leroy Edwards. He was the founder of this system, worked for Yamaha for a long time. And there's the 37 steps that we went over. And this was back in, I can't remember the date. Let me see if this has it. And they gave us kind of a news release we could do. But let's see what the date is. March 7th, 2008 is when I went. So there we go. And I worked for Brigham Young. They were kind of my sponsor. And this is my class. A lot of good-looking guys in there. Some faces that are still definitely in the piano industry. So there we go. All right, so that's not the manual though, but that's just a little personal history. Interesting thing to me. Okay, let's see if we can find it. I thought it was a fairly large binder. Steinway, Wessel, Nickel and Gross. Steinway Spirio. I wonder if I loaned it to somebody and they've unfortunately not given it back. Let me check one other spot. I'm trying to, all this is to search for the the key height specs on a Yamaha Grand, what they intend initially. Let's see here. Nope, those are just tools. So someone borrowed it for sure. I hope they're learning a lot. Meanwhile, I do know one other piece of information that I'll just use to come to the conclusion that we need. So let's put this camera back here. All right, so what I'm going to stick the key slip on. And I do know that, like with the upright, you want the keys to extend a certain height above the key slip, okay? So in this case, let's see where that is millimeter wise, okay? Let me get down here low with you. We're gonna measure what the height is off of the key slip to the underside of the lip. It's under 18. Oh, sorry. Didn't even have you showing it. Okay, we're measuring from the top of the key slip to the underside of this lip. And right now it's 17 millimeters, right? And maybe a quarter. 17 millimeters. And for an upright, the spec is they want it 18 to 20, somewhere around there, 18 to 22 above the key slip. So I can't imagine that they would want a Grand to sit lower. What happens if we raise this key height? Like, does it look ugly? You know, is it too high? I don't think so. So I've got my work cut out for me, I think, because the key height was raised initially with this piano. The way they set it up is the key height was raised where they wanted it. Now remember, when I measured how far the key's going down, remember what that was? It was 7.5 millimeters key travel. And this is after we changed things and the key's lowered and we don't have enough key dip. So that means their key height, because I imagine they set their dip perfectly to spec. I imagine they did that because they have to pass. So that means the key, when I changed these bolts, I lowered all the keys 2.5 millimeters, okay? And look, what did I say this was at? It was at 17 millimeters above the key slip. So if I go 2.5, that'll put us right under 20, which is right about probably what they were looking for. So what we need to do to create the least amount of work and have it working correctly, we need to raise the keys by putting punchings under the balance rail to raise this key height about 2.5 millimeters. So I'm going to shoot for 20, and I think that'll be just right. So let me get to work. If you have any questions or comments, just put them up there. We'll try and answer them here and there. You'll find that grand piano geometry and regulation is really similar, regardless of the brand. There's kind of a certain standard that's become accepted as workable. Okay. All right, so I know I want to raise these about 2.5 millimeters from where they are, okay? Right now this one's 64.5 millimeters. So we want to go to 66 or 67. Okay, we're going to raise it that much. That's a lot, right? It is a lot. That's why the action is not working. That's why it's so different, why it's bobbling so much, because we have such little key travel. So I'm going to prop this up to 67, and I'm measuring to the underside of this little lip, down to the bottom in this case, okay? And that number sounds good to me, actually, from just knowing other pianos. So right now this prop block puts it right there. So that's just perfect, okay? Let's go to the other side. Get 67 on this side. We want to prop up the two ends so that we can if you're kind of confused our orientation here we are. So I want to prop up the two ends. Take that punching out, put this in. Okay, that's the screw that I ran in. I need to run it out now. Let's raise that about 2.5 millimeters or so. Okay, let's see if that's what we want. 60, it's a little high, so it's 67.5. So just down a little bit. Everything's adding up as far as what I've changed and what I'm having to change as a result of that. I mean, it's all making sense and everything's, pretty solid here. Now, when I clamp this down, look at this. When I push down on the end of this, it lowers the key just a little bit. I'm pushing this rail down because that's what it's going to do when we tighten everything. Right? So let's see here. I want to look at it at that point. So that's a little. Let me squish the other end though to make sure that there's no compression on this end. If I push down here, there is a little. So really, we want to go to. It's still a little bit higher than 60. It's still just under 67. Let's put it that way. And this is just under 67. So that's correct. Okay, we've got them even, so even, like almost perfectly even from side to side. Right, we're propping those keys up, and we're gonna set the straight edge on there and determine what size of punching we need to raise that 2.5 millimeters. Okay, that's a lot. This is where I'm starting to question, like, do they want the keyframe to be bedded that firm? But it didn't feel as solid. It didn't work as good, and I don't know of any situation where it does. I don't remember anything from the class. In fact, when we were in the class, when we took the Yamaha class, I remember now, they were teaching bedding the keyframe by putting a piece of paper, taking keys off so that you could slide a paper under where that bolt goes down and hits the keyframe. And they wanted us to lower it where it was grabbing the paper, but just barely. I mean, that's hardly any pressure, okay? What we have here, where I have it now, there's considerably more pressure than that, but considerably less pressure than what they had coming out of the factory. So again, I keep going back to, I think it was just a shortcut that someone's gotten accustomed to doing, but it has repercussions that rob you of a little bit of the sound of the instrument and a good solid feel. So I'm just, because anytime you have to make a big adjustment on something, you want to say, like, wait a second, do I really need to do this? What am I missing? So that's why I keep kind of reviewing all the different points and what affects what. But in this case, I'm going to raise it. Here's one other factor we need to look at, though, before we do that, and that's how it fits in the case. Okay, so let's grab we're going to put the fall board on. Anytime you choose a key height for a piano, it doesn't really matter what the key height is, as long as it clears. Let me get the key slip too to show you. Look, as long as, I'm going to get down on the floor. As long as there's enough height here to push the key down where it needs to go for the action to work properly. There has, in this case, it's 10 millimeters. That's the more important thing, is how far does the key go down? Is it designed to go down? Where it starts and its height is kind of a negligible thing, basically. So you wouldn't want a key height where the bottom of the key was visible above the key slip. This is the key slip, the black. if the key height was like here, first of all, that looks way vertical. It looks weird. And then if you saw like a gap under there, no, right? Too high. Okay. So that's one thing. Oh, by the way, let's measure this height above the key slip after I prop those ends up. Let's measure the height above the key slip. I know I kind of like, I'm going all over the place, right? But this is now 19 3/4, 20 millimeters above the key slip. That's plenty of clearance, and it's almost, there's kind of a look to this too that you want, you know. Any more vertical than that looks weird to me. It looks like a cheaper piano for some reason. But anyway, so we've got, I'm comfortable with that, okay? The other consideration is, and I'm sorry, I'm kind of jumping on, I'm so excited here. Calm down, Hiram, right? So what I was saying is it doesn't matter so much where the key starts as long as it fits with the case parts. So, appropriate height above the key slip, and look back here. How much clearance is there between the fall board and the top of the key? You know, is that going to be pushing the key down when you put it together? If so, then you're way too high. Okay, so as long as we meet those parameters, we can choose whatever key height we want just about, and then adjust how much key travel we have and make the action work really, really well. So look how much gap is here right now. And when I raise it, so when I raise it to this height, look how much gap. Still a huge gap under there from what you see a lot of times in pianos. That's plenty of upward clearance, okay? So that's how you determine if what you're choosing for a key height is okay. One other consideration for key height, and I think I keep saying that, just one other thing. I'll remove the fall board. And this isn't like as crucial, I guess, but look at these pins, okay? They stick out above this, and they're meant to stick out above this. If I raise a key, okay, if I raised it like so high that that's burying, pianos aren't designed that way. Usually they're designed for this to be sticking out about like so, or even a little more, okay? Which, look, when I do that, oh, where's the key height? Oh, it's perfect. Okay, so everything is pointing to, I need to fix the key height on this piano to right there. And it fits with the case, and it'll make it really easy to have the right amount of key travel. If I fix the key height, what's gonna happen? I'm gonna raise the keys from here by putting spacers under there. The key height's gonna go up. What's gonna happen to this gap in the front? It's bigger now by 2.5 millimeters. The key will travel 2.5 millimeters farther, which is 10 millimeters, which is what we want with this piano. Weird, huh, that we're having to do this. It's all because somebody chose to run these glides so far down and it pushed this middle so far up, and that's the way they chose to get the key dip. And it's a shortcut, and it's just passing the work on to somebody else down the road. Me. Okay? So, get the key slip off. Enough talk, let's work. I want to see what size of punching I need to put under here to get my 2.5 millimeters. And then, rather than put the stick under at that point, I'm going to wholesale put that thickness of punching on every single key, right? Because it's really uniform. It was set very uniform to begin with. And then we might have a little bit of touch up in the middle is all. Let me get my punchings. Okay. when you put a spacer, I'm going to move these out of the way where they won't get lost. Stick them usually the base on the base side. I call it a punching sandwich. But you know what? It looks more like a hamburger, doesn't it? Let me show you. Look. It kind of reminds, I mean, it could be a sandwich. It's green, lettuce, whatever, you know. But yeah, maybe it's a wrap, maybe it's a hamburger, depending on what you like. Okay, but I'm going to take this punching sandwich. I'm going to store it up here. Then I am going to choose a punching. The relationship is if I take a spacer, let's say I take this one and I put it in the middle, it should raise the front by about twice the thickness of what this is. So what is the thickness of this? I'm just going to do it on a ruler just to see millimeters, okay? It's under a millimeter. It's about 0.75 millimeters. So theoretically, if I put one of these under, it's going to raise the key 1.5 millimeters. That's not enough. Let's see if I have a thicker one. I don't normally like to put thick punchings. I don't like to put thick punchings under there, but we have to. Here's a thicker one. Let's see what this is. This one is 1.25 millimeters thick. This is what we want. That should give us 2.5 millimeters of a rise, okay, on the key, which is what we want. I'm going to cut a double slit. Here, I want to put this where I can actually see what I'm doing here in the camera. I'm going to cut a double wide slit in this on one side of this punching with these scissors, like so. So that will enable me to, without taking the keys off, I can get underneath and slip this onto the pin where it goes and just do a test key, okay? I'm going to put you back on the tripod. I think you're going to appreciate that, being on a tripod. Let's try it. If I say anything that's like really annoying to you, just tell me. I won't be offended. I'll, you know, I don't take myself that seriously. I can, you know, I want this to be fun for you to watch and also educational, okay? So you tell me. Alrighty, let's see here. That's a good view. Okay. So we're going to take some tweezers. Some tweezers like this, okay? And I can put them like this, and I'll be able to put them on the pin underneath that balance rail. I'm going to slip this right now. For now, hey, let's use E. E4 is the middle of the keyboard, right in the middle of that key, right? It's key number 44. I'm just going to tuck that under the cloth right there. Take the action out and tip it up. Now this is where I really need a second person, but I'll show you before I do it so you kind of know what I'm doing. Okay. I'm going to wiggle the key so I know which one it is. Okay, I'm ready to show you now. You ready for this? Okay. So I've got the action up. I've got this little punching ready to go that I'm gonna slip in there. It's actually a big old fat King Kong punching, unfortunately. And look down there. This is my view. Let's see if I can get you past the front pins and down here to the balance. Let's see if I can get you there. No, it doesn't want to do that. There we go, maybe. Nope. Okay. But you can see that thing sticking up right there, right? I'm going to slip that cardboard punching on the pin right underneath that hamburger up there. Okay. Bear with me while I set the camera down. Do not try this at home, filming and key leveling at the same time. Or really, we're not leveling yet, we're just setting the height, kind of. Okay, I slipped that under there because I made that double wide slit. It goes on there really easy. I'm going to drop this down. And it's going to make the hammer go up naturally, right? Because the key's sitting on the back, If you raise the front of it by propping up the middle, look what happens to the hammer. It goes up, right? So you can expect that when you're leveling keys, you're gonna have it's gonna raise the hammer height. Okay. But this is probably where it was before. All right, so I'm gonna stick this into action. I'm going to, oh, you know what? I want to do a sample on the sharps too, because they're a different lever, they're a different size. I want to see if it works out close enough for my purposes. So I'm going to make another punching. I'm going to cut a double wide slit with the scissors on one side. I almost went all the way through it, but it'll hold. Okay, so make that pattern right there. And then I'm going to slip that under the C sharp, or the E flat actually. Okay, let's put this under the E, and that'll tell me to put it under the E flat. So I'll go ahead and do that. All right. Because these punchings are so thick, I'm sticking it all the way on the bottom of the stack. Okay, so I'm lifting all the previous punchings that are on there and putting that underneath it. Alrighty. So the same size punching, but it's going to affect the sharps a little bit differently. Check this out, okay? So we've raised these two keys where they need to be, and all the right, the sharp and the natural, and all these are still lower. Look when I play. Oh, it works. Now watch the ones around it. Right, what we would expect. Okay, I want to see, like, I like the visual height of this sharp, so I think this is going to be fine. If it's fine visually, the other thing is the sharps, the wood back here sticks up a little higher than the whites, so I want to make sure that it fits with the key slip before I go on, just to be safe. I think I already checked it, but I'm going to double check before I commit. Did I say key slip? I meant fall board. There has to be clearance under the fall board for it, okay? So what we're looking at is this guy here. Hey, Landon.
Hey.
Mind if I put you on the stream? Are you camera shy this morning?
No.
Landon's checked into work.
Hello, everyone.
He's working on the 9-foot Steinway. And here I'm leveling keys on a Yamaha. Go figure. But anyway, so look, there's plenty of clearance. I can pull up on that key all day. So I don't have to worry at all about that height. It's perfect, okay? And even if it's affecting the sharp a little more than the natural, I can make sure that the dip is correct by what punchings I put underneath in the end, okay? Okay, good. So we're committing. We're gonna stick, I'm gonna take the stack off and I'm gonna put those punchings under every single key, including my test samples, okay? Are you what?
I chip.
No, you can chip. I'll chip away. Chip away, Landon.
Alright.
If you don't know what chipping is, it's when you put brand new strings on and they're loose and you got to pull them up to pitch. It's such a, I don't know if they call it chipping because they would take like a little chip and pluck the strings instead of, I think that's why they call it chipping. Or maybe it's because they did it right before they chipped the piano to the US. No, the chipping rail. Okay. Just gonna take the stack off. You know how that goes. So Landon, I've got some really cool stuff planned for today on this. Did you see that action I have up there on front? On the sawhorses?
Up there.
Yeah, up by the door. It's a B. It's from brand new B, Steinway B.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do, like, while I have this, I'm gonna take action geometry measurements and compare the difference between like this Yamaha 7-foot and the Steinway 7-foot geometry.
Yeah.
Because on this piano you can repeat way better. Like the action feels like way better.
Really?
But the sound on a B I prefer. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's like, I'm just curious what differences there are.
Yeah.
You know.
Sweet. Where did you get is it from Danes?
Yeah. They the dealer let me borrow an action.
Cool.
The unnamed Steinway dealer. Okay. You might have just got us in trouble, Landon. But that's okay. Landon is awesome. But I think I say that every time the camera's on and he's around. So, right, Landon?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is Dallin coming into work today?
I think so.
Okay. Let's see. Dallin is Landon's. They look similar. Let's put it that way. And okay, let's stick this on the door. Now this would best be done on a where I can take all the keys off easily and whatnot and just stick it. But I'll show you. I mean, I can do it kind of rough too. I work on pianos, you know, in a practice room, and this is the way it goes. So I'll show you that way, I guess. So make sure I have the correct punchings that I'm going to put under there, and that was this bag. I'll take off a section of keys here. Remember how I said when you take off keys, be careful. Try and lift them straight up. So I'm supporting underneath and I'm balancing and wiggling just a little bit. Don't wiggle a lot because you don't want to oversize that hole that we so carefully sized, right? Right. Right. Okay, now let's get you over here. We're going to take off all those punching sandwiches and put one of these fatties in there. Okay, so I want some forceps. These will have to do. So I'm gonna lift it off, put the punching down, put it back on. Piece of cake, right? Although there is a little trick to using these forceps. Mark where I am here. Look, I've ground. Let's see, how can I get that? I've ground this side skinny, very sharp on the wheel so that it slips underneath the punching really easily. That's a trick. That's a good trick. What do you know? We do get to have background music finally without a copyright strike. It's a little psychedelic, but you'll have to do. What? Start a new music trend, right? We need more relaxation these days. Less hype, less craziness. So if I were on a workbench, I would take all the keys off, set them on a different surface, and do them all at once, right? That would be the fastest way. But when you're balancing the action, I've got to have the keys put somewhere, so just got to work on one section at a time. This is just kind of weird that we're having to make this big of an adjustment. I'll be honest. I don't like it. Okay, I got all those punchings on. Then I just take the group of keys. In a group like this, I align the first one on the left, kind of wiggle it where it is, and then these others just find their place as I go front. Just kind of stroke them like this, and you want them to kind of just fall naturally down on that key pin. Don't want to do violence to that hole. Don't shove them down hard. Then you're destroying things, okay? All right. Now the secret here is I need to leave a little gap. I can't put all these keys back yet because I need a gap for my hand to get the next grouping. So I'm going to get this group first. Then put these back. And then continue to take keys off from there, okay? Here we go. It's not too bad to keep them in order. It's not too much an issue. Now I'm going to keep putting punchings on these. I obviously don't want to put one on my E and E flat that I already did. I've done that before. You put it on and the key's way high, the hammer's way high. You're like, what happened? Okay. Good thing I had that McDonald's big breakfast this morning after all the work yesterday. I wasn't anticipating having to work on this piano. I thought I was going to be done for the day yesterday at about 3. Little did I know that it was crunch time. Sometimes to be faster, I can just take a pile here, put it closer to where I'm working, right? That speeds things up by about double. A little Kaizen action there. I don't know if that's the right usage of that term, but it's more efficient. Let's see, I'll check the chat here after I put these on if anyone has any comments, questions, complaints. I'll be the complaint department today. I'll allow it. I will allow it. Okay. Let's check the chat. Jeffrey Boyle's checked in. Hi, Jeffrey. All right, we're going to go ahead and put these keys back on. Just gently set them on here. That last group, because, yeah. Also, you know, if with the new piano, sometimes you can get wood chips. Sometimes, you know, that'll find their way here. And this one's actually pretty thick. That'll affect the key height because the key rests on here. So you do want to, if you see anything like that, knock it off of there. Otherwise you'll have kind of an artificial key leveling and then it'll go away after a second. So let's get rid of that. Definitely. Clean that off. Okay, we do have a comment. Okay, I joined later. This is the... All right. I joined later. Can you explain why you need to make this big adjustment? Yes, I can. Okay. Did Yamaha not make it right on a brand new piano? That is unbelievable. Okay. So I kind of get why this happened, but I kind of don't get it also, okay? So, I mean, there's kind of a lot involved here. You know, I don't know your understanding of the action geometry at this point, but these are glide studs. And they're meant to go through the keyboard, the key frame, and they come out on the bottom, okay? And they make contact in here, right here, to support this middle rail, which is higher than the front and back, so that the key can teeter on something, okay? I could level my keys, and what the purpose of these is to all evenly across the action support that in a solid way and maintain a stable height, okay? But if I run these glides down, it raises this and raises the key height. I can use it as a shortcut to raise the key height and give me more dip, or whatever dip I'm looking for, okay? So instead of raising this balance point with punchings, they did the shortcut, which is they leveled the keys, and then they didn't have enough dip for some reason, so they lowered these. I mean, this is just kind of assumption, right? They cranked these down, which raised the rail to get the key height and dip they wanted. The problem is raising it so high creates excess friction when the action shifts. Also, it can start to lift up on the front rail, and we were getting knocking here, which is normal to get a little knocking from warping from the key frame, okay, on the ends or in the middle. And you know, that's kind of normal, and then you kind of shape, you remove wood, whatever you have to do, right, to get continuous contact between this front rail and here, so it's like really solid when you hit the keys, okay? So, but because this was raised so high, that was compromised, and no amount of shaping this front rail was getting me a situation where I could eliminate all knocking and sponginess and still have it bedded firmly because of that, okay? So, so basically I bedded this how it should be. These are meant to be lowered only just to the point of supporting, not further. Now you can fudge it a little bit, like for a concert or something, if you want the action to feel a little deeper or more shallow. But there's no way we would have gotten it to, anyway. It was so far down that it raised the keys artificially 2.5 millimeters. And so when we bed this correctly, then we need to raise the keys 2.5 more millimeters with punchings. Hope. So that's kind of a mouthful and a brainful. Hopefully that answered the question though, why we're making it. I've gone through it over and over. If you check the different streams that have been posted, you know, like, oh, well, let's see, am I making the wrong move here? Did they do it? You know, but everything's adding up to, no, this is good. Because what I'm after, my interest is power and good tone and a solid feel and touch on the front, okay? And if that's compromised, then that's what led to this whole can of worms. I mean, I guess I don't really care. On principle, I don't care that the key height was adjusted by this. If it was not for the fact that it compromised the solid feel at the front of the key frame. Does that make sense? And since you also just joined and had those questions, I need to state outright that I actually am a big fan of Yamaha's, and I think they have awesome quality control. You know, this is just something maybe that either could be improved upon, or my understanding of what's going on here needs to be altered a little bit. But I was saying, when I went to the Yamaha class, I mean, this was years ago, but they were teaching us to bed these down with just like a paper underneath and just lower it to where the paper would get caught. Okay, remove any wood chips. Oh, I buried my tweezers under the keys. That was really smart, huh? Let's see here. Un momento, por favor. A little Spanish Italian for you this morning. Okay. All right. So I'm going to make a pile of punchings here I can grab from. Let me just check the chat, see if I responded to that question thoroughly enough. It's not letting me check the chat. Yeah, if you'd be kind enough to respond, let me know if that was a good explanation and whether we filled in all the blanks for you. You know, these balance rails punchings already, they added quite a bit. Let me see if I can get that in focus. They already added quite a bit of thickness to that. And I don't know that that's an ideal situation. I think the closer to the wood maybe on these you can get, the better, but that's just kind of hearsay. I don't know if it's, you know, an issue or not. Oh, you know what I did? I talked about not putting a punching on my samples, and guess what I did? I think I put a punching on my samples. Let me go take it off here while I'm thinking about it. So it was this, it was E4, oops, E at E flat 4. Sure enough. Otherwise, those two keys would be twice the height I need here. But the good news is, like I said, a lot of the other work is so consistent that if I fix this key height, everything else should fall into place pretty quickly. Okay, I'm going to put these keys back. Maybe if we're lucky enough, we'll get someone else to help us film a little today and it'll be a little smoother. All right. Landon's got the sneezes today over there. Bless you. Something in the air. Okay. Again, I'm going to remove any new shavings chips that might have gotten in there because that'll change the key height at the front. Go ahead and put in our punchings in this section. Okay, that was okay, looks like I explained the question. Okay, thanks for letting me know on that. What I'm working on in the world I'm working in, it's in general, you know, it depends widely on the piano how particular I'm going to be with different things, right? You know, in one respect, if the keys go down on a piano and they make a sound and they sound fairly good in tune, decently, it's great, and someone can have a lot of fun on that instrument. And then you have the other end of the spectrum, right, where someone's playing either really difficult repertoire technically, or the tone just needs to be just absolutely gorgeous. Then at that level, you need to put a lot more care into things to achieve that. And I think I travel the circles more of that end of things. But I'm okay doing the other. You know, the other's easy, right? It's easier, less stressful, and easier to get a grip on the basic principles that'll get you 80% there. But just kind of a background as far as what's important to me, and I try and adjust, my expectation to customers' goals best I can. Okay. Okay. I mean, honestly, sticking a whole bunch of punchings of one size under an action, that's not a big deal in and of itself, the actual adjustment there. Now, how much work we have to do after, we'll see where that goes. But, all right, let's stick the stack back on. I have it resting over here. Screws in. This is just a magnet. It's just easier to reach and not fumble over the screw where it's hard to reach. Put the action back on. What screws do we tighten first? We tighten the front. Go front left. Front right. Make sure it's pulled all the way forward. Back thread it for sure. Get in the same threads. Don't strip it. Just cinch it down just tight enough. Don't need to over tighten. Go in the back. Go and do the other side here. Okay. I'm guessing their key height wasn't a full 2.5 millimeters higher. I'm guessing their key height might have been a little more shallow. We'll see. I don't know. I'm just talking out loud. Doesn't really matter at this point. We're just going to make it work at this point. And make it work better. That's the idea. Then I'm going to tighten these angled screws in the front very last. They're in the middle. 1, 2, and 3. Don't forget any screws. All right. These hammers are significantly higher than they were off the backs here because the key raised up. Keys are significantly higher, obviously, but they should still be really, really level for the most part. All right, so how's that looking? It looks kind of like it did before. Exactly. It's just the difference is there's more key height. No bobbling. Okay. No knocking. Obviously, that wouldn't have changed anyway. I'm just pointing at, just kind of reviewing stuff. So, just from last night to this morning, now this one's knocking. So this just shows you how things can move around a little bit. That one's knocking too. So you always kind of, like when you sit down to the piano, it's like, oh, I gotta adjust the key bedding a little bit. I'll just touch that up. Make sure it's not floating. Okay. Okay. Now the key travel's probably going to be pretty deep. You know what though? Let's take a look at the key level. See if I was pointing out before, it does sag a tiny bit in the middle. So you might want to touch up the level now, because what's it going to do as someone starts playing on this in their home? Why, it's going to sag more in the middle, right? So we might as well preemptively reset that now. And one thing I need to do is reset my support blocks on the ends here, because that's floating just a little bit. We raised the key a little higher than what we had this supported to before, which is fine. I don't know what I just did, but went the wrong direction or something. Okay. Okay, that's good. I just want that firm. At this point, I don't care that that's 67 instead of 66.5 now. I don't care. I know there's plenty of clearance with the case. I just need a solid reference on the ends here. Just fussing with this base end a little bit. Okay. Okay, I've got a solid foundation. I'm going to set this down, and I'm going to get down on my little rolly, my little key leveling rolly chair. Okay. Let's put you right here for now. By the way, thanks for tuning in here. All right, so when we did that, we have a sag in the middle, so it makes contact with all these, and then it starts to not be making contact, and it gets a little bigger as we get towards the middle here. And then again at this end, it's making contact at its level, okay? So we're going to add paper punchings until that's correct. I'll get these tools out of my way. Okay. I'll just put you down. I'm going to put you down at a lower level with the camera so you can get a little bit better view of where we're coming, of how we're coming. Let's see if I can push this hydraulic stool down or not without sitting on it. No, I gotta sit on it. I'm not strong enough. There we go. Okay, got you here now. Let me put you up just a couple pumps here. Let's see. This is all for you, so just bear with me here. There we go. Maybe one more. All right. Now we're seeing those gaps. Maybe one more little pump. Okay, that's good. Now you can see those gaps really clearly, right? I can pivot this stool. Great. Okay. So now we need to pick punchings to put under there. All right. I'm going to start with blues. Actually, I may have to put something a little thicker in the middle here. Just the way it worked out. We've got these that are a little thicker than blues. These are kind of a yellow cardboard. When you're considering what punching will fit, take 2 of one, stick it in between your straight edge and the key, and if it doesn't disturb the key at all, then it will take that height, okay? So a few of these widest ones will take this one. So I'll go ahead and put some of them in. Now what I want to do in this case, actually, is I want to make a bunch of punching. I don't want to take the action off every time, and I don't need to. I'm just going to cut a bunch of these. Okay, I'm going to take like 2 at a time and make my double wide slit on these. On several, I might take 3 at a time, you know, whatever the scissors can handle. Just make a bunch of these so I don't have to take the action out. Or take the stack off every time. I can slip them on from underneath the keys. Much faster. All right. Get my tweezers. Wherever they went. Let's find where they went. All right, I've got my tweezers. We're going to start placing punchings here. Based on what we see, I'm going to stick, definitely going to stick a yellow one here. Under that gap. I think I'll stick, not going to stick one there. A little too tight, I think. We'll go here, here, here. This is just holding them for me. That's why I'm sticking them under that front rail cloth, okay? If you're wondering, like, they don't go there. What's he doing? Don't worry. Just makes them ready to grab for when I'm got my hands tied up balancing the action on end. There's that. And I like to stick them where the slit is going that way, the way I'm going to need to grab it so that I don't have to fiddle with them. Okay. Because I don't even play the fiddle. Haha. All right. I'll stick that in. Grab. I'm gonna cut a couple more. Apparently. I guess I should see if anyone has any comments, huh? Okay, hi there, Hiram. I'm sorry that you have to do so much work here, but it's such a valuable learning experience for me. Watching closely, Hein. Yeah, no kidding, or Hein. No joke, because when things aren't working right on a piano, that's where you get the most experience, right? I worked on a lot of Samick pianos when I worked for the dealer full time. The Yamaha dealer, they also sold Samick pianos at a lower price point, and there was often a lot more that needed to be fixed on them when they came in out of the box. And yeah, I learned a lot. And I learned not to be afraid of adjusting different components of the piano, and gained a little confidence there. Okay, I'm just putting these where they need to go. I'm not going to do a yellow there. Okay. Now I'm going to put my yellows away and put blues, which are 10 thousandths. These papers are probably 15 thousandths of an inch. So now I'm going to get my blue punchings that are 10 thousandths, and I'm going to cut several of them. Actually, I don't need that many, looks like, but sometimes if I have a lot of work to do on an action, I'll just go with one size at a time in multiple passes. But I think in this case, like I don't know, I'm just gonna put in as much as I can under every key, and I think I'll be fine because I've done this a lot and I kind of know it's gonna work out, you know. So I'll cut 3, 4, 5 of these papers at a time with the scissors, just to shorten the amount of time it takes. Just cut that double wide slit. Go deep into the scissors so you have more control. Double wide slit. Right. That might be enough. So now I'm going to stick some blues in the bigger gaps where there isn't already a yellow. There we go. Such as there. There. Probably not this one. We'll go there. No, we'll go here. You can see why if we hadn't eased those balance rail holes, we would never be able to do this. The key would just stick up. We wouldn't be able to tell where it was at rest. Okay, I'm gonna stick a blue under here. Okay, let's see on this side what we need. There we go. Put a blue under here. Under here. And under this one. Okay, now we're gonna go to pinks. Pinks are 7 thousandths of an inch thick. The new Steinways, I noticed they started putting these punchings under the front that aren't color coded. And it might have a classier look, but boy, it's harder to work with. I'm like, no. I like to see my easy colors. I know right off what thickness it is. So if you're joining for the first time, don't be shy on the comments. Just, I'm not going to shame you for wherever you're at in this process of being interested in or learning about pianos. No way, right? This is for you. Feel comfortable to ask any question. There's no rudimentary questions. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time, so I kind of inadvertently might talk a little too technical sometimes, or, you know, which I don't want to, you know, even among people in the same field, I'd rather just be able to state things a little more simply. But don't feel shy with questions or anything. Okay, I've got some pinks now. I'm gonna look, see what might take a pink. I'm gonna go with the pink here. And here. And here. And here. Let me go to the other side because everything else is already assigned something, right? Which means we're getting close to just putting them in and being done with it. So again, the keys they do, as they get pressed down from playing on a new piano, things will compact. They'll get a little lower where they get played more. And so if they're sagging already right now, which is normal for a new piano. I don't expect any new piano to be any different than that, by the way. But we will, we want to fix that. Hey, Taylor. Yeah, they're up there. Yep. All right, now we did pinks. I'm going to do greens. I'm just going to cut these green punchings. They're 5 thousandths thick, okay? One nice thing, the thinner you go in the punchings, the more you can cut at once to make the slit, so it goes a little faster. So like I said, if you're starting this for the first time, I'd recommend just doing one color at a time, one thickness at a time, so that you observe the effect, just in case it was more or less than what you originally thought, then you don't have to backtrack. It's a lot easier to add punchings and raise a key than to lower it. You can lower them fine, but I usually, when I have my choice, I'm going to make it so that I have to raise them all where possible. Okay, I'm going to stick some greens in here. Okay, we have a comment. Oh, someone found the comment got cut, the Weeble, but sounds like they found maybe the 37 steps from the PTG journal ads, and there's a searchable PDF format. But I didn't see that come up on the chat, so maybe I'm not seeing something. I just saw your comment a little truncated there. That would be cool to bring up though, because it'll either validate me or make me look like a fool if we see how they whatchamacallit, are teaching to bed the keyframe these days. Let's see. Hayne Voslo says, I just measured my G3 and the height of the white key is 20 millimeters above the key slip and 62 millimeters above the base. Thank you. You're in the right ballpark. Yeah, definitely. And like I said, the key height, yeah, it doesn't matter as much, right? It's how it fits with the case parts. And so if they raise your keys in your piano to 60 whatever, right, it would be too high. It would not look right with the key slip. Yeah, the Weeble, I'm not seeing if you put the link. Am I missing something? Did you put a link to it? Did you email it to me or what? Hey Landon, did you borrow the 37 steps manual? Yamaha?
No.
Taylor, did you? Was that a no? Okay, I'm trying to think where my manual went for that. Okay, I think I've got everything I want to. I'm not going to go white until I see things at that point. I'll probably go white without this straight edge on it, and so I can just look at the tops of the keys bare and just level them out from there. But let's see. So hey Landon, would you mind filming for like 5 minutes while I stick these punchings under the keys? This is a hard view to get, but I'm going to stick all these under there, and I just kind of wanted you to have an action shot of it. So, got my tweezers. Some people have better tweezers than me, probably longer or whatever, but these work. I can do it with this. So, pull the action out carefully. I lift here where I am up towards the front. I scoot a little bit, but still safely on there. Tilt. I'm watching that these drop screws are not going to hit this under any circumstance as I move it around, okay? So now I'm just going to get in here, push a bunch of keys up so I have more lighting under there. Right, Landon? Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Then I just take I wiggle the key that has the punching under it, so I lift the correct punching. Grab my punching from the top. Oh, that one was turned a little bit. Like so. Then stick it under on the pin. And I'm just going to keep going like full speed, Landon. If it's focused, great. You know, just do your best.
Okay.
It can be hard to focus past things, you know. That's what's cool about our eyes, our brains. I can just automatically focus where I want. We take that for granted, but it's pretty amazing, I think. Again, I'll wiggle the key when I'm looking down in here, so I make sure I'm on the correct one. I'm putting them the corresponding key. And on these are thinner. These are paper, so I'm only lifting the cloth punching up. And I'm sticking these papers right under the cloth. That way, if I needed to backtrack, it would be fairly easy to find where that punching was and change it out for a different one, okay? Okay, Landon?
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Really, I just need some peace and quiet from all that chipping. I'm just kidding. Just joking.
You have a question in the chat.
What's the question?
From Dawn.
Okay.
Do you prefer the straight edge as opposed to the curved side of your leveling stick?
Okay, so the curved side is for Steinways, because I was explaining, they designed, here, back up a little bit, I'll kind of show this. On the frame, I'm going to show the smile and the frown thing.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So the front rail on a Steinway is shaped, the wood is shaped like a smile, and the key bed is shaped like a frown, because that's the way they get things to be really solidly fitting and clamped together, continuous contact across, and then they clamp down the ends. Okay, so because their key bed is a frown, they use their key height as a frown. It follows that, okay? But a Yamaha is straight, so we use straight. Steinways are the only ones that I'm aware of that have that crown. So that's what that side of the leveling stick's for. Good question. By the way, that leveling stick is available through Wessel, Nickel, and Gross. Used to be like $40, pretty good deal. And I don't know if their crown matches exactly what Steinway's specs are. Steinway just recently increased the crown on that. It used to be like a 32nd of an inch higher in the middle of the keyboard than the ends. Now it's a 16th higher. Little don't really need to know facts. There is kind of not an art, technique to this. That although art does mean a way of doing something, it's kind of the same as technique. But um, there's a way to have this work out a little smoothly than not. One of the secrets is the double wide slit. Clip it twice. The other secret is you kind of lead with the flap that's away from the tweezers. You kind of pinch that one down first and then slip it on. Tends to work out better. If you try this, you'll find out really quickly what I mean. Yeah. Well, what's wrong with it? Couldn't his balance? Just do a receipt payment on it and deposit it. Yes. No, actually, um, just receipt payment. Because he had kind of a balance that we need to. All you have to do is receive payment, even if it's a different amount than the invoice, and then deposit it. It'll just credit his account. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, did that answer the question of the smile and frowny, straight-faced key leveling stick?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. It's just like, like to know if we left anything unanswered. You're fine. That's okay. Just do that just do that. Just do what I said, and then we'll figure out his account balance on something else. Oh, you can't just do a receipt payment on the phone? Yep. Okay, so some of these are a little harder to reach because of the supports here that tie the different rails together. That's why sometimes maybe if I had a longer tweezer, it'd be a little bit less work on this. Are you able to see down there at all, Landon?
Yeah, it focuses a little bit.
Oh, nice. Probably once the hand moves down, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, it helps.
A little pink here. A little blue here. You had no idea your pianos were so colorful underneath, did you? Except I was telling him, Landon, that now Steinway, did you hear that? Where the Steinway, the front rail punchings that I see coming out of the factory now, they're all like just manila envelope colored.
Oh, darn.
They're not color coded.
That makes it a little trickier.
Yeah, no kidding.
Colors are nice and easy.
Yeah, it kind of blends in. It's like wood colored, basically. It kind of blends in a little better.
Got it.
All right, now before you shove you gotta put these down here before you shove your keys in. The other thing I'm gonna do, since I just put a bunch of punchings on here, things have been ruffled up a little bit underneath. So I'm gonna just push down to kind of compact things down to make them stable. I don't go crazy with it, but just thanks, Lan. That's good.
No problem.
All right. So let's get the old chair here that's the right level. Now we're going to push the action in. Let's see where we're at here with the leveling. Definitely want to hit these down, like I said. Okay. Where's my straight edge? I'm gonna grab the straight edge. See how we did. That was just one pass, but it was a lot of changes on that pass, right? Okay. I'm gonna see if there's any high ones by just tapping down with the straight edge. This one is just a little bit high, but we did really well. If you got high ones and you're like, oh, I didn't guess the right color very well. I like to ease up to it. You'll have a lot less work if you just ease up into it rather than go past it too far. You can go past a little because then you can just push down harder and compact it a little more, and it'll be more level. Okay, but we are so close now on this. We've just got a few little gaps that we're gonna be working on right down here, right there, where those are too low, right? But it's not so bad. For the most part, we're getting really close here. Okay. So I only need greens and whites at this point. Let me grab my greens. Greens are 5/1000ths, whites are 3/1000ths, unless they're not. There's some whites that are 2 or 1/1000ths, I think. But usually they're 3/1000ths. So the Weeble said he found a 37 steps manual that's outdated a little bit. But where is it? Where's the link to the manual? What am I missing? Okay, I need my tweezers again. Tweezers. All right, get you right in here to see the action. I was just cutting green punchings. That's a green. That's a green. And a green. The fact that we got really, really close with that one pass is not an indicator of how the job's going to go for you the first time you try this. Let me just put it that way. Little experience is good. Kind of getting a handle on how much change is going to occur when you put these different thicknesses in. Hey, Dallin. Good. You know what? I think there's one that's a little bigger than a green. I think I need a pink for that one. Alright. I'm gonna stick a pink under this one. A pink is 7 thousandths. So it's only 2 thousandths bigger than a green. You know, it shouldn't be that much different, but sometimes it's tremendously different. Surprisingly different. For whatever reason. Okay. All right, I'm gonna stick a green under a few of these. Okay, here we go. All right, I think that's green. If anything, I don't want the middle to end up sagged, right? That's kind of where we came from. I'm interested in an improvement there. I'm gonna put some whites down. These are the whites, they're 3 thousandths. And I'm gonna cut the slits in them. Okay. You know, that chipping kind of sounds like a herd of cattle in the background. I don't know why. It just made me think of a herd of cattle. Okay. Sometimes it'll look like it's touching the thing, but it's not. That's why I'll tap up here just to check once in a while. I'll push the key down to see where its real position is that it's likely to settle to. Now, why am I so particular to the point of, 3 thousandths on this? Because a very, very small change in how far the key goes down is multiplied by about 4.5, 4 to 5, times in what the hammer does. So it has a big impact on how the action functions. Okay. I'm gonna put a white under here, white under here. Oops, sorry, Taylor. White under there. And then I think, oh, I missed some others. I gotta put some over here too. I need a green for that one. Okay, here's my green. Oops. Oh. Okay, you're off. See ya. Okay, I'm gonna put some whites under a few of these. You know what? I'm not actually. I'm just gonna leave it. I think it's good. Okay, let's put those punch-ins in and see what we got. I think we'll be pretty much there at that point. I usually shoot for about 3 passes when I level keys. It's a good number. get a sip of water just 1 minute. Okay. Tweezers. Don't hit the keys as you're sliding this out. Like at all. Don't touch them. Okay. Just gonna put these under. This key leveling and controlling the key travel, it's the bulk of the work time wise. And then, but if you go to the pains of getting it really accurate and precise, then everything falls into place really nice with the regulation. You skip over this and you wonder, why isn't my regulation very good? That's why. So I would say that in order of priority, key travel, I lost my green. See if I can get him with the sweat of my finger. I did. Okay, key travel is the most important adjustment for regulation in order of priority. Consistent key travel. Too bad we don't have a landing cam, so when I get boring, they can see what you're doing over there. I don't know how to do it with the YouTube streaming software from the phone. I don't know how to. You can do one other video, but I haven't done it to work yet. And it cuts the size of the screen in half, so yeah. I'm sure there's a way to switch it with some software, right, from one camera to the next. I bet that's doable with some, but when I was using the streaming software, they had the one I was using had some audio default settings that were messing up the piano sustain. Yeah, so that's why I went to this, and not as portable as the setup that we're using now, obviously. I dropped a white. Pick it up again here. Just a couple more here. Okay. again. And I'll kind of push those down. Hit them down anyway. Starting to look quite level here. Let me put you on the stool and show you where we're at here. So now I'm going to start looking visually kind of without the straight edge. I'm going to see if there's any high ones. I'm going to kind of push them down. This one's a low one. Just keep my eye on that and I'll decide what I'm going to do with that in a second. Just push the high ones down because I've added punchings on almost all of these, right? So if I want my leveling to be stable, if anything, I'm probably going to need to push it down more. So this is the direction I'm adjusting things to refine that level, okay? It's just getting really straight across that way. Right. I'll keep hitting the keys, you know, just to see where they kind of settle after I push them down. Okay, that's looking really good. This extra step of pushing things down at the balancer, I'm putting one finger on either side of the balance pin, and I'm with my wrists, I'm prying up against the pin block up there, okay? And it gives me a lot of force that I can compact those paper punchings down with, where they would compact anyway. So that final step of pushing down and evening things out without the straight edge is the difference between like an okay key leveling job and like a perfect key leveling job, okay? So it's looking pretty good. I might add a white here. You know, I touched it and all of a sudden it looks right, but if I play it, then it's going to go down again. So I might add a white there. Might push this B down a little more. He's actually tilted a little bit. Look at this. If you look at the line, it's tilted down a little bit. I can fix that by bending this balance pin over to the right, and it'll straighten that key. So you get some tool. You just get a tool that you could brace up against the balance rail pin on the top there where it peeks out of the key, and then you just push it over. And notice when I pushed it over, now it's lower. The height is lower than where it was. So that's why usually you have to do that step. When the keys are all left and right tilted, you have to do that step. They call it squaring the keys before you level, because it'll affect the level. Or at least as you level, at the very least. Okay, I'm just gonna keep working with this, refining things. I'd say at this point, like, we're to a level where it's a little better than what was there before we opened the piano, you know, before we started working on the piano. So in other words, as good or a little better than what they had. But I'm gonna just see if there's something I want to do. I do want to raise this one just a little bit. You see that? If I raise it a little bit, it'll look more, it'll look just more in line. I'll put a white under there. And there was one over here. The same thing. I'm gonna just put that up a little bit, and that's it. So just those two. Why am I talking about it? Why am I not just doing it, right? All right, white punching under this low one, and white punching under this low one. And I'm gonna go white punching under this. Yes. No, maybe so. I'm gonna leave it. Okay. See if there's any others. No, I'm pretty happy with everything else. I mean, there's tiny little squarey things, but it's kind of negligible. Okay. There's a little squaring issue on the A. It leans a little bit to the right. It's a little high. Let's see here if I set. No, I went too far the other way. Okay. I actually like that. It's okay. The camera doesn't exactly show you because it looks from one eye, right? It's not looking from two eyes, so it doesn't exactly show you the picture, but we're getting pretty level. If you look over across the tops of the keys, that's kind of a final check that I do, right? Like this, okay? Left and right, you can see there's like some bumps over here. You're like, oh, what is that? And then you look over here and you're like, oh, it's that low key that I'm gonna put a white under. And it's this, the ridge of this one, because it pokes up above that a little bit. I'm gonna square this key just a tiny bit over to the right. The force of playing on a piano will bring these keys out of square over time. It'll bend these pins a little bit on the balance rail, and they'll start to lean one way or another, usually if someone's playing heavy with scales. So that's just part of the way a piano wears in, and if you're to do kind of 100,000-mile maintenance on it, that's one of the things you'd be working on. You know, yeah, I'm gonna stick with that. I'm gonna stick those two white ones in, and then we will finish this part of the key leveling job. Then we need to work on the black keys. Okay, let's see if I can see where I put that one in. I don't remember what key it was specifically. I think it's this E. Now it's perfecto. Same thing over here. Probably this one that's sticking up. Let me push it down. There. Maybe it was this one. Nope, that's it. Okay. Why does that look higher there? Good. Okay. Now that's gonna pass my idea of needing to be level enough, because when we set how far the key travels, that's the other reason why I'm so picky with this level. It looks good, but also when we set how far the key travels, we index off of the keys on the side, off of both keys. And so I need them to be perfectly uniform. Okay. There we go. So that's the whites. Now, just like the whites were sagging in the middle, the sharps then are probably going to be sagging in the middle a little bit. And look at the way they look off the whites compared to over here. That might be subtle if you're not used to it. Let me put a measurement to it. You can see it. Put a number to this craziness. I like to use this tool, which should be set to a 1/2 inch above the white keys, and this post just just gives way, and this rests on the keys, and then I see at the top whether or not that's flush. Okay, if I were to go up here, that would be 1/2 inch, that's what we do on Steinways, which is probably what needs to be the case here too. But I'm going to make a decision. Again, it doesn't matter so much. See where it is in the base. A little lower in the base as well. And if I raise it to 1/2 inch, it's a little high for me. So I think let me get a ruler and see how high the ends are, because I'm guessing the ends to be correct to what we want, which is a very good guess with a piano usually. Okay, yeah, these are exactly. Okay, so these are set to 12. Currently, that one's a little higher, but I think that one's a fluke. That one's a little too high. But 12 millimeters above the key, which makes sense to me. 1/2 inch is about 12.54. Why would they do that, right, in a metric country? So 12 millimeters, I'm guessing, is the spec on this. And visually, it looks right. If you go higher, you see a little bit too much of the face of this sharp right there. Okay, visually. And that's just a cosmetic thing. So, but I'm going to go with 12. So I'm going to adjust my jig. This little jig here, I can loosen the collar. And I'm going to turn this down a little bit until it looks right with this key that I'm using as a sample. And I need to go, oh wow, that's not focusing, is it? I need to go a little farther with it. I have to turn this outer post that's hollow, I need to turn it down a little bit. Retighten. All right, let's see what we got now. Okay, that's what we want to see when it's correct. Okay, so now our jig is set to 12 millimeters. Okay, this one is a little higher. The post pokes out of the top a little bit, right? This one's probably right at 12, just about. Yep. Yep, pokes out a little bit, but that's okay. With the sharps, I don't need to be as fussy. There's not a real visual distraction with if one is a tiny bit higher or lower than the other. And the main thing is how far it goes down. And I don't set the sharp dip off of adjacent neighbors like I do the whites. So it doesn't have to be as perfect. The perfect part comes in adjusting how far it goes down and making that uniform, okay? So I'm going to get in a regular chair, and I don't have to sit down on the floor with this rolly chair, and I'm going to use this jig to change the height of the sharps. So let's bring you up here. We're just going to check these first. That one is great. Great. Right, this is kind of how it looks when it's right. Just flush with the top of that jig. This one's a little high. Let's see if I can push him down at all, if it makes a difference. No, he's just legitimately a little high. But I have to decide if that bothers me visually. Okay. It does a little bit, but not so much. I mean, when you're looking at the keyboard like this, can you tell? No. So, okay, now you know what I'm looking at. I'm just going to go fast and check these. I'm mostly going to focus on the middle where it's sagged. I don't want a defined sag, okay? So, let's see here. Guessing if we put a blue under here. I'm kind of just defining a range right now where I can put all of one size and get a lot closer faster, okay? So from here, now from this C sharp to this C sharp, I'm going to put in a blue. Those 2 octaves, okay? So I'm going to cut some blues. Let's probably check if there's any questions, huh? Yeah. Let's see if we got anything in the chat there. Nothing new looks like, which is fine. Okay. So I only need 10 of these if I'm spanning 2 octaves. But I might decide some others need a blue, so I'll just cut 15 or so. Double cut, double split. All right. Take my tweezers. And I like to put them just under the white key, punching just to the right of the sharp that I'm going to do. I play the note because it pinches the punching down and holds the paper punching in place. And that's as far as I decided I was going to go. I'm going to just put those underneath, see where we're at. Hey, Dallin, can you grab a few sheets of paper out of the printer up there or nearby it? Yeah. And just take a black marker and write on one 5-minute break, 10-minute break, 30-minute break. That way I can just post it. I can just set it in front of the stream if people are like, "Where'd you go?"
Do you want different papers or all on the same paper?
Just different papers. Yeah.
5, 15, 30.
Yeah, 5, 15, 30.
Is that when you run ads?
No, ads just run how they will. Yeah, they just kind of do whatever. By the way, we're not getting rich off of your ads, folks. We've made all of almost $20 in a month and a half. So yeah, don't worry. I guess I don't know why you would worry, right? We're showing you this for free. But anyway, if you're distrusting about my motives are to make money. No, but obviously this doesn't make money. But... And I'm not even getting paid for this particular account. Well, I guess I am in a way, but it's not a regular customer, it's a family member, so. Okay. Put this down there. I'm gonna tap these down. So the key dip is way too deep still on these pianos, you know, on this piano, but well, that one popped up out of nowhere. Curious what's going on with that. Who knows, there might have been a wood chip under there or something, huh? I'll have to pull punching out of there. That's random. I don't know what's going on with that. The only thing I can figure is that there was something under the back of the key that then moved. Came out. So I'm going to pull punching out of that E to lower it again. Oh, I know what I did. I bet I put it under the white instead of the sharp where I was supposed to put it. That's what I did. Silly me. That makes more sense because it was up about the height of a blue punching, right? Yeah. Oh, look what's happening to the hammers. Okay, so look, when you raise the key, right, it raises the hammers. So if I put punchings under there, it's going to raise the hammers from where they were. And you notice these higher ones are the white keys that we already raised where we want. These in between are the black keys that still need to go up a little bit. But look what's happening where we've started to level them out with the black keys and the white keys. The hammer line is a lot more level, isn't it? See that? So that just shows we're basically putting things back where they were, but instead of doing it with these glides, we're having to do it with individual punchings, okay? All right. I'm gonna take a little 5-minute break. I'm gonna set you up in a vertical view where you can kind of see what Landon's doing for a bit. Or actually, I'll put you right on top of him, and I'm gonna plug the phone in, just charge it while we're taking a short break. Is that cool, Landon?
Sure.
This is a 9-foot Steinway, which, if you didn't know, is 2 feet longer than 7 feet, which is the length of that Yamaha. Okay. Try and get my charge cord in here. All right, so Landon, what are you doing?
I am aligning the strings that I just put on. In the treble section.
after this was the first one that I had after electric.
Okay. Can I unplug this for a sec?
Yeah.
Okay. So, what I just spent some time doing was aligning the strings in these treble sections so that they're all equally spaced and so that they travel in a straight line from this termination point to this termination point, and ultimately just from the pin all the way down as much as I can. And this will probably have to be adjusted a little bit again once the action is in and their hammers are being made into the strings, but this is hopefully at least close for now. And then I just went in and kind of touched up these A-graphs a little bit to make sure that they were perfectly perpendicular to the string as well. So now that everything's kind of aligned, I will be going through and lifting up some of these coils that are too low right now. Let's see if I can find an example. This one right here, you can see the hole, and I don't really want that. I want it to look more like these ones where the hole is covered, and also you can see the coil is kind of separated out, and I want it to be like bunched up close together like these ones. So I'm going to go through and pull up some of these coils that have fallen down, and then after that I will go through and tap these coils down so that they're all flat and level. So we'll go to that point. I don't know. I don't really like this angle. Let me fix this so people can actually see what I'm doing. These ones are tight down here.
Like clearance or what?
Just getting this little lifter in.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Super tight. Maybe a string hook.
Yeah, I'm trying to use
Yeah,
both a little bit.
String hook in my hand. I didn't see that.
There we go. Actually, that'd be good.
Yeah, also maybe more if we would just set it up in front of the door with the fan too, then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that was
So I'm loosening it. I'm getting into this thing, lifting up the coil, and tightening it again.
Sleeping with my eyes open here. Do that.
Happens. Here, don't do that. Just launch the hammer across the piano.
Is it as real as it gets?
No casualties this time, luckily. Piano looks okay.
This is reality TV.
It's true. We needed like some dramatic music to play right there.
Yeah. Dun, dun, dun.
Okay.
Thanks for stream sitting for me, Landon.
No problem.
We'll continue on the Yamaha. Sorry, folks. I just needed to take 5 there, but let's see. I'm gonna run a. I am going to. We're gonna finish leveling those sharps here. Let's see where we're at with the gauge. That's actually perfect on that one. This is the first one we did. That's just about perfect. And same there, same there. That's a little under still. Oh, excellent, excellent. Okay, so I'm just gonna touch up a little bit what we did. Maybe add a tiny little punching here or there. But it's looking really good. Like, I'm gonna put a white under here. White under this one. Everything else there, it looks good to me. Wow, we nailed that. Okay, I can take that. Then we're into the section where we didn't put anything yet. So I'm gonna go ahead and put something on there. I'm gonna do a blue on that one. Nothing. White on that one. Sharps will go a lot faster. There's fewer of them. And yeah, that's basically why. There's fewer of them. Okay. Let's see, any questions, any comments on the chat? Nope, nothing new. Feel free to ask questions. Okey-doke. All right. You know, doing things in a slower time because of streaming makes me really feel just how much work there is to do to get pianos performing tip top. To adjust things and change things on them takes time, for sure. And, do a pink on that one. That one's a pink. That one's a blue. And this one's pretty good, just about good. We'll put a little white under there. I like these the way they look. Yeah, I like those. Oh, that's the one we set the gauge to, so we know that's correct. All right. I might put a... Let's put a blue under that one. Not sure how I missed that one, but I did. I'm liking everything else for the most part. Put a green under there. Okay. Just picking and choosing. And again, you can fudge a little bit on the sharps. You know, visually it doesn't pick up as bad because it's black. You don't see if the way it fell off. Put a pink under that one. But I don't want them to sag in the middle too much. Maybe a white here. And that one too. You know what? Because I don't want them to sag, I might just put a white under all these that I was calling perfect. Yeah, I am. I'm gonna put a white under all those middle ones. They were all really level with each other. They're pretty close. But I don't want the middle to be lower because it's gonna get worn low, even lower from playing. So I don't necessarily want to fudge that direction in this part of the piano. Okay. Just about got these done. I just need to cut a few more whites on this. Yeah, different manufacturers have different ways of telling you how to do things, and it's interesting with the Yamahas easing those balance rails holes. You know, they want it to kind of come down slowly. They want to make sure it's not too loose. They don't want to err to the side of too loose. But then the result is with subtle climate changes, like even from yesterday to today, they're a little more sluggish. And then when I'm leveling keys, they don't drop as clean to that resting place. So it makes leveling a little bit more challenging. Yeah, so it's just interesting the different philosophies they have. Okay, I'm going to stick those punchings underneath in the sharps. Okay. If you didn't see what I'm doing here, we filmed it earlier in the stream. You can just kind of back up and review that. Then you have a lull there. Just putting these papers on their corresponding balance rail pins. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. some of these really thin punchings are hard to get on there because they bend so easily. You can crunch them, and then it's easier to drop them too because you have to pinch them tighter. You can reach from the bottom up too for these sharps on some pianos if you need to. You can go that direction. Sometimes it's easier depending on where the pin is located. Okay. Just about got them all. Okay. Okay, I think I got all of those. Yes, we did. Okay, put the keys back down here. Alright. Settle those in a bit. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. There's no reason to play there other than just I kind of do that from time to time. Let's see what's shaking here. All right, so those that I added to, just they're gonna be just great. Okay. There, I'm liking that. Perfect. Okay, so here's our leveled keyboard. That moved around there a little bit. Leveled keyboard with the sharps and the key height correct where we want. The key bedding's good. Boy, that was a lot of work just to fix key bedding, wasn't it? Usually key bedding is a 3-minute process. Now, I'm going to go ahead and take these little stop blocks out of the ends. And we're going to set how far the keys go down to 10 millimeters. I think 10 millimeters. We'll do some samples to see if it's what we want, but I think 10 millimeters is going to be what the spec is. Some specs will be written like they'll say 10 millimeters plus or minus, a half a millimeter or something. And I can't remember what Yamaha's with theirs, but when you regulate a lot of pianos, you can, for the most part, you can determine what was right just by how things end up, and it's pretty obvious at that point. So I'm going to take a dip block. Let me go grab my dip block. Dip block? You seen a black dip block laying around?
Maybe on that bench.
Oh, it was right there all along. Okay. This dip block is 400 thousandths thick on the front, okay, and it's tapered. So I can put this on the key and see how far it goes down, okay? Now, right now, as I know from the way it feels that it's much deeper than what we want, but 400 thousandths is too much for this piano. I think it probably needs to be 390, but I want to do a calculation here. 10 millimeters. 2 thousandths of an inch. Okay. Let's see what that is. So 10 millimeters is 394, okay? So about 7 thousandths, 7 thousandths more shallow than this. Okay, we can do that. So we're going to set the dip on this, on the C, middle C first. This is a sample. So this will be our first sample. I'm going to do, I can tell he's way deep there. Let me get some punchings for the front rail, which are a different size. They're bigger. Okay, I got my box of balance rail punchings. I'm going to try a I'm going to try a 45 thousandths more underneath this. Just going to put this on the bottom here. Put it back under. Yeah, that feels correct actually. That feels really nice actually. Okay, do you hear how the middle C has more intensity than the D? Watch what happens when I take that punching out, if anything. Let's listen. Still has more intensity. But let's listen to this. Listen to that D. Let's put that 45 punching under here. I'm able to, it plays louder now. Brighter, maybe. That sounds a little more hollow. You wouldn't think that changing this would change the tone, but it really does. It changes the way your body plays the piano. Even though the hammer's already hit the string by the time you hit this bottom here. So I'm probably just going to do this across the board, but I want to adjust one other thing first for my sample. I want to adjust how high the hammer is from the strings, okay? And for that, I'm going to use, I actually have a Yamaha gauge for that one. And we're going to want this distance, which in this case is, at least this is a starting place to see how the action regulates. And this is 46 millimeters, okay? The distance I'm setting the middle C. Oops. There we go. capstan wrench. Gotta get the capstan wrench. All right. I'm gonna lower the capstan wrench screw down here down to the level of that gauge. So I've got my gauge pinched in the C sharp here, and then I changed the level of this to match that. Okay. And that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm doing there. I don't know where to put this. Let's put this right here. Okay, there we go. So I just need to go a little bit back up. And that's just to rough things in, okay? First thing I want to look at, I basically want to regulate the whole note, you know? So let me do it right. Let me do it in the right order here, but, okay. Things are getting awkward with the camera here. You done with those dampers yet, Dallin? Okay. I'm going to raise the checking first of all. You see where it gets caught on the yellow back check. Let me put that down. Okay. It's too low where it is. So we're going to raise that to about there. Make sure it doesn't drag on the hammer. Maybe a little lower then. Okay, that's good. And if you look at the red, there's a red underfelt on these back checks. It's a little dark. So I look and see where does the bottom of the tail go relative to that red felt, and then I set all of them that way, kind of, okay? Now, when that's set that way, let's take a look at this, the way the spring behaves. You're all set, or you can take a break. Oh yeah, no worries. So look, I'm getting this to check much higher, closer to the string too. That'll help with repetition. But also look how the spring behaves when I let go of this key very slowly. It pops up nice and quick. It's not bouncy. That's what we want. I also, while I'm down here, I'm going to check the alignment of the jack. Looks good. I'm going to check that the height of the balancier looks good, as I would expect. So really, we're just having to do a couple things based on things that we've changed. We bent and realigned these back checks to the hammers, so that changed where they were set. We changed the key height drastically, so that changed, you know, how it goes into check, the height of it and all that, okay? And also the height of the hammers here. So I'm liking that. Let me check the C sharp while we're at it, because I want to do a white key and a black key as a sample. C sharp looks good. Check the that looks good. We're gonna lower the C sharp hammer to match the C down to that 46 millimeters away from the string. Okay, so there's an action ratio, okay, how it's geared. So if our key is going down 10 millimeters and our hammer is traveling 46 millimeters, but the key, we don't use all of that key travel though to raise the hammer. It's about 1 to something, you know, 1 to 4, 4.5, somewhere in there. So you're all set? Yeah. Okay, so if you just want to help, like whatever I'm pointing at, you can just hold this or post it or set it wherever you think is getting. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. Dallin's gonna help us film for a bit here. Maybe watch you can check the chat once in a while, and the challenge is to get out of the way but still be in the action, right? Like, yeah. Okay. So fixing the checking on both of these. Oh, which I shouldn't have done actually for this sharp yet. I need to change the dip on that. So, but the springs look good at that point, so I'm gonna push this in. I'm gonna see how it works with that. What I'm trying to determine is that key dip appropriate does it work? And then I'm gonna look through here. It's kind of hard down. You can pull out of the tripod. Whatever you need to do, you just get in here, okay?
Okay.
So I'm looking at the hammer through the strings from this angle. You gotta kind
Right
of, gotta get lower. You just pull off the tripod. You just gotta stand up here
here.
and
All right.
just get in there. So I'm gonna look at. Oh, let off is kind of far away. Let's set let off where it should be. So we're getting way down in there so we can see across the top of the hammer. Okay, so we're looking for the hammer to drop. It drops, and then we're looking for a little bit of movement after that happens, which shows we have a little bit of cushion and follow through in the keystroke, okay? So we do, so that's good. Now it's dropping a little far, we'll fix that, but okay, you pull backwards. I'm also adjusting how far it pushes the hammer to the string before it escapes. All right, now I want to adjust the dip of the sharp to be the same as the C, okay? So I did 45 thousandths on the white. I'm going to try 35 thousandths under the C sharp here and see how that feels to me. I want them to feel a similar amount of keystroke after they will hit the string. Okay, it's a bit much, so I am going to use, pull that 45 like I did the naturals. So that's what it's labeled. It's just feeling like it's a little bit more. Okay, those feel even now. So at that, oh, the other thing I'm going to look at is I'm going to pull the action out. And I want to look at the distance from the, right here, down the distance from the cushion to the hammer. I want it to be, and the lower you get, the better you'll be able to see it, like from back and low. So you can see that gap better, you know what I mean? About a hammer shank, half a hammer shank off this cushion, and that's where these are. And they're also to the, spec that we have on the Yamaha gauge. So everything works great. I can change how far these drop a bit. And let me do. It might drop a little far. Let me grab that tool for that. So I'm gonna set this, I'm not gonna quantify this, I'm just gonna set it like that and say that's what I want. It's dropping about that amount, and then it feels better on the action when you push it through. Okay, I'm getting a little bit lazy in my explanations here. Alright, now I'm gonna set the checking up here. There, now we can look and see how far that is from the strings, but really, the closer we can get to checking, the better on things here. intense and packed with a little bit of intensity of sound. Can you hear that? Okay. So I'm gonna set a gauge to this dip level, which is adjustable. Okay, I'm gonna find that gauge here. There we go. So I'm gonna adjust this gauge to where we've set that sample. This is a lot shallower, not a lot, but it's a little shallower than where we would set the Steinway key trowel. Okay, their keys might go down a little more, but this is what feels good, looks good, sounds good on this piano. I'm gonna change that gauge just a little bit more. I'm just moving this post down so that, and you can get close up. The more you can actually like show, like, you know what I'm looking at, the better. So that's what I want, where it's just flush there. Okay, so now I can go along and see where these are at. Okay, I'm just gonna take kind of a sampling. It looks like they're all really consistently about the same distance. That needs to be changed in order to look like this, right? So I'm just gonna stick a 4500 all these real quick, which makes sense because that's what we kind of did to the balance rail, right? So I'm gonna grab my 45 punchings and just we're gonna work just on the naturals first. Thanks, Dylan. It's hard to come back from Hawaii, right, Dylan?
It's been alright.
It's been all right. Oh, okay. It's hard for me to come back from Hawaii. All right, so there's a few things we changed on those samples besides just the dip. I changed the let off, right? Which means that I'm pushing the hammer for a longer period of time till just before it hits the string. That was set a little low, so that's going to create a lot more intensity of sound. Also a lot more control when you play really, really soft. Do you want to check just periodically, see if there's any questions in the chat or whatever? Anything going on?
Nope.
Okay. We got anybody around, or is everybody off on a lunch break?
Got 5.
5, okay, 5 of y'all. It's okay that I drop the punching under there. I can fish it out later. But lower my chair. This will be a lot more comfortable there. Closer to the action here. This is gonna feel like an awesome piano. Like before, it was just an okay piano, like the way it felt. These final adjustments, regulations, voicing, they make that difference. And I feel like there's so few people who can finish things, that portion of the work. Some people put new parts on and things like that. They can do that. They can do other work, but when it comes to the finishing touches, they don't bring out what the piano has to offer. That's kind of a shame. So, until now that we're in the stream, right?
Yeah.
Now everyone will know how to do it. Okay. I skipped my sample there. So I already stuck a punching under there. Right? I stick my tool to the side of the hole. Reach in here, I can feel when it's on top of the hole, and then it can just go right down. And again, I ground off the bottom of this. It's really easy to reach under punchings and get them.
Question just came up.
Oh yeah?
Tim says, did you make your adjustable key dip?
Did I make it? No, I bought it from. So he's asking if I made this. Question is, did I make this adjustable key dip tool? WNG Wessel Nickel and Gross. It's a weight. I can't remember how many, like 400 grams or something. Does that sound way off? I can't remember. No, 400 grams. And then it's got this bar. So no, I didn't make this. They developed this. You can buy it from them. But it's really handy. Really handy because not every piano requires the same dip. You're changing that just a little bit all the time, and it's nice to be able to get to set a custom dip and have it be uniform all the way across with ease. Right. Let's just check and see what we have. Thanks for holding that down. Simplifies things a lot. Okay. So I'm just gonna look at the gauge as we go. Perfect, 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 perfecto. Wow. See, I told you they do a nice job of consistency. I'm gonna add a little something to that. Maybe a green or a blue is all we need here. And I'm gonna add a green to that, and I'm just gonna set him right there. I'll know to put it on a D and come back through. Okay, I put it in an octave lower, and that one's a blue maybe. Blue, blue, blue. Okay. Some of these might be more than a blue, but we'll start with the blue. Actually, no, we're gonna do 2 blues on these. They're definitely 2 blues. At least. Yeah, that's right. And you can just feel free to make, what, just push stuff out of your way, whatever you gotta do. If you get around.
Okay.
It'll be way steadier than what I was doing. Alright. What am I doing? I lost track of what I was doing. But I'm probably not too far off in what we need to do. Yeah, actually, I got it right anyway. Okay. Then we'll check this and that. And we need to put 2 blues on that C, I bet. Okay, so now I've got what I'm going to put into the action right there. So I know what the notes correspond with the same notes, just an octave lower. So I just stick these. For these paper punchings, I want to stick them right under the green one. You generally want to put the thicker cardboard ones on the bottom, paper on the top. Okay. And we're just going to keep refining, kind of sweeping back and forth. Do the treble side, do the bass side, and we'll just keep refining until they're all perfect. Again, this step is worth getting perfect. And in fact, the way we're going to regulate the action, if it's not perfect, this will be pushed kind of to the edge of things. It won't work very well. You might get some bobbling or things like that. Is that a D, Landon? D?
Yes, thank you.
Just trying to help out.
That was good. That gives me that opportunity to
Landon's kind of trying to rough tune over there. Whoops, didn't quite line up my holes. If you make sure the holes of all of these are lined up just perfectly before you clamp it on the tool, then it'll go on just nice and clean. Someone put a blue, oh I did. I lost one of my blue balance rail pushings in there. I'm going to put another blue just in case I need it, because there's a few I lost in there and forgot to put on, but no worries. I mean, we ended up, we made sure it was level in the end. That doesn't usually happen. These are balance rail punching meters. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do the other side. I'm not even gonna check those yet. We'll check them after the next time around. Okay, this one's too shallow actually. This B is too shallow. So we'll take off like a yellow. I don't use yellows. Yamaha uses yellows. Let's see what happens. I'm not sure how thick a yellow is. It's great. Great. Nice. Perfect. Almost. That was a little shallow. We'll take off a yellow. Some of these I might refine as we get all the other aspects of the regulation in place. Then I'm going to go through and probably refine this by touch. I'll show you something right now. Okay, so when we push the key down, you feel, if I push the pedal out of the way, get it out of the equation, the damper pedal, I push the key down, I meet some resistance right here, and then I push through a shelf. Okay, that's key to figuring out how to regulate something. So I'm pushing through like this, and if it's a big step, what's the difference between these two? So look, I'm hitting the shelf a lot later on this C. See how it's lower? And it's a little bump. This one is hitting it sooner, and it's a big bump. Okay? That has to do with how quickly the hammer is reaching that let-off point, and that resistance that I'm feeling is two things. One is the let-off tender hitting the let-off button and skipping out, the jack tripping out, and then the other one is the upper part of the whipping hits a screw to load a spring that then helps the mechanism reset. So that's what we're feeling with that shelf. And so with technicians, to feel if this dip, what's called aftertouch, to feel if aftertouch is consistent, usually we push to the shelf and then push through, and then take a mental note of how big a step that is, and we make them all the same in the end is the goal. Okay, and the key dip is the biggest factor in that. I'm gonna add a little green there, since it's no big deal. Green. Maybe a blue. And for the end, I can't use this tool. I just have to push this down and compare and say it's about the same. I'm going to put a blue in there. And then in the end, by touch, I'll confirm that it's consistent, okay? All right, so I'm going to stick these in. Now, I don't have to pick up all the punchings. I can go right under the cloth with this pretty well. I can just pick up the cloth and just do the upper portion, and that's a good way to do it. But sometimes you'll accidentally peel some papers off. You just have to be careful of that if you're going to do it. Okay, so that's all I'm doing on that side. Let's check the treble side where we ended up. Okay, perfect. Still perfect. Perfect. Really, okay, that's done steep. It's a little, you see how that's recessed a little bit in there? So I'll stick a blue under that one. Maybe a little more than a blue, maybe a blue and a green. And then on this B, I'm going to put a green. If you are going to err as far as key dip, usually you would want to err on the side of having a little more than not enough. Okay, that's good. It's pretty good. It's a little deep. Add a green. I think I'm gonna add a green on the. I think I'm gonna add a blue on the G instead and a green on the A. And that's good, 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 good. Maybe a green. Good, good. Green. Green. Blue. Let's check how these two are. They're about the same. That definitely needs a blue though, and probably a green too on the very last note. So we'll do that. We'll put those in. It's really, I think it's a good slick way of doing it because you decide what punching you're going to put under, and you lay it out in a way that doesn't get in your way, and it's quick to grab, and you know what punching goes with what notes. It only works though if you don't sneeze on the keyboard. So Dallin here, who's behind the camera, you mind if I tell him, Dallin, what you're going to be up to?
Go for it.
So Dallin, he's finishing high school still, but he's not your average high school student. He's very mature for his age, and great worker, great asset to the company. He's going to finish high school here pretty quick, and then he's going to go live in Guyana for 2 years-ish, a little under 2 years, as a missionary, which, you know, I went on a mission to Thailand. I speak Thai. A lot of us around here go on 2-year missions. So it's not an uncommon thing here in Utah, if you're familiar with that. And so he's going to be leaving in September to start training for that and then head over. Yeah. Pretty cool stuff. I didn't even know where Guyana was.
Neither did I.
Even just setting the dip, I start to get excited, like, because it starts to feel so good. And when they're all perfectly consistent, you can play really well, and you can, and when it's not too deep, that helps you not make mistakes also. Anyway, it starts to get exciting at this point. Okay, we'll check our sample just to reference again what it looked like. It's all good. Perfect. We only fixed a few down here if I remember right. Does that sound right, Dallin, if you remember?
Yeah.
So maybe I can kind of skip this part. Well, it's not bad. We'll just go through it. Okay. Let's see here. That one's a little shallow. I'm going to pull a punching out of that one. No big deal. Just grab in here, pull a yellow. Drop it in. Yeah, I'm kind of getting excited now. This piano, I'm seeing the light. I was kind of getting bogged down with all the key leveling and key height we had to do. That's perfect. That'll be okay, I think. Then let's check the difference between these. Go to the shelf, push down, even pressure. They look pretty consistent to me, pretty level. So I will just check the treble one more time and then we're done. Because we made some adjustments here, but we didn't check it after that, right? We are doing well. I'm gonna go green here. Green. Gosh, it's so close. I'm gonna leave it. Like I said, err on the side a little more, you're gonna be fine. The mechanism will work better with a little more dip than not enough. In general. Okay. When I say it'll work better, it's because the jack will be able to escape more fully from the knuckle. You won't have bobbing problems. You won't have, that's what I mean by that. That the mechanism will work. To me, the mechanism works when it effectively pushes the hammer to the strings, it escapes, and the jack clears the knuckle, and then it resets efficiently. Okay, we'll put a little green on there. But I'm telling you, most of regulation, key height, key dip, to get this key dip perfect, that is the most important part, and it's often the part that so many that is so tempting to skip. Okay. If someone says they regulated your piano, and you look at the key level and it's all over the place, it's not that great of a regulation. Okay, I can say that with great confidence. Okay, these I'm just changing it by a green. And we were so close, like I don't need to check this after I put these greens in. I know we're gonna be right where I want by this time. So now we're gonna double check a few things in the action to make sure that the hammer line will be stable. And it should go pretty quickly because Yamaha is very, very consistent. They're very good at setting things. Raise my chair a bit. And the tool I would need is this. This is a tool that has just an elongated opening and it fits. This is a Yamaha design tool. Actually, this is the genuine Yamaha tool. I bought it from them way back when I went in the class in 2008, now that I think about it. But the first thing I'm going to do here, no, that's not the first thing. I'm going to check the jack alignment. And this is hard to see from there because I'm looking from the side, but I'll show you real quick. For those who are joining or haven't seen this yet, Dallin, if you just get on the profile here, I'll just explain it on this number 88. Okay. So the back side, this is the jack. The back side of the jack needs to align with the back side of the knuckle core. That's just the optimal place for it to lift without friction, without too much friction, and with efficiency. Now, the way I line my eye up, it actually ends up setting this back a little bit further that way. then perfectly in line, and that gives a little more traction and better repetition, I find. And when I'm looking at where these are right now, that's the way they're kind of set. So I just flip through these real quick, and I can see. Thanks, Gal, for getting that good angle. I can see really quick if they're aligned or not, and I would expect these are like ducks in a row. I'll maybe make 2 minor tweaks or something, because it's a Yamaha. This is where they shine. Apparently, they like to shortcut with the key height and key dip, but or someone does. Okay. But this should be really great. Any questions in the chat or anything, or comments anyone wants to make? You don't see anything right now.
Nope.
How many people does it show right now?
Got 8.
I guess someone has to go to work, right? Thanks for joining us, everyone. By the way. Now all these hammers are going to go down to the level of these, and things will align up much better in the end once we make our adjustment. But I'm making these adjustments that I'm doing to the jack, checking where it sits. Then I'm going to check. I'm going to adjust the checking. I'm using the word check too much in different contexts. I'm going to adjust where it catches here, which is called going into check. I'm going to adjust how the spring moves, or check it anyway. I'm going to make sure it's right. And then the framework is set so I can move these hammers and know that they're going to be in a stable place, not move around. And my guess is not much work to do here. It's just a post-delivery, post-shipping, checklist that we're doing here at this point. Shouldn't be any major changes. So I stick my tool and I find a screw in there, and I turn a button, and it pushes that jack in or out in its starting position. You're going to take extra care if you're flipping hammers up and down. You're going to take extra care that you don't break anything by putting side pressure to it. That's the one thing these parts can't handle a lot of, is a sweep from the side. Boom, it's broken. After I go through the work of leveling the keys and setting the key travel, I never regret that I did it. It's only like when it's taking a long time and you're live streaming, it takes longer. That's when you regret it, but I get over it. Okay, now I'm gonna just look from this side and do the treble side. Sometimes these jacks are rotated a little bit, so the alignment will look different from one side to the other, but I just don't worry about that. I just pick a side and go with it. It's a little much. It wants to fight. Okay. Got it. So I'm curious of those who are watching, what's your background? What's your interest? What brings you here today? Is there anything that I'm doing that you're curious about that I'm not pointing out or explaining well? since Dallin's doing all the work to film it, I feel much more liberated. I feel like I can cruise on this. Thanks, Dallin.
Yeah.
All right. You're like, quit saying thanks. I'm appreciative, you know. Don't you want to feel appreciated, right? Everyone wants to feel appreciated. I do. Yeah, these are pretty good. Pretty good, I say. Most new pianos, most quality brands, these adjustments that I'm doing here, they'll come in pretty right on. They nail it pretty much. Steinway, Yamaha. Yamaha's particularly good though at some of these things and the consistency. And speed boats, right? Yeah. Okay. And actually, let's see. I have a Yamaha guitar. I like that. Okay. Just a little simple classical guitar. Alright. Takes a while with pianos and regulation to know what is a deal breaker and what's within tolerance that'll still be okay, you know. I mean, with this piano, we're going well beyond just a range of tolerance. We're going for like, I mean, it's exactly on what we want to do, but right on the mark. But okay, so I got that jack position set. Now I want to see if the, you know, I don't even need to, maybe I do. I'm just gonna set the checking. No, I'm not gonna do that either. I'm gonna see here, I'll come to this right side. I want to make sure the jack returns under the knuckle. So I'm just going to gently move it out with my finger on the front here. I'm tripping that jack tender right here. But not so far that it pushes down on the whole thing. That'll mess up the test. Just a little bit like that. Moving the jack back, and then if it doesn't go back under the knuckle, I want it to go better than that. I'm pushing it back under. So I need to raise this repetition lever. That's this part right here. This button will raise it or lower it. If I raise it, then there's more clearance for the jack to get under, and I need to do that just a little bit on that one. And I'm going to go through and check all of them. They should be really good. Again, the way that Yamaha sets these is very efficient and accurate. They do it by, at least if they still do it, they do it by a feel of the parts. Okay, so they feel where that jack is in relation to the repetition lever with their finger, and they just train themselves to feel it really well. So far so good. I'm making a tiny little tweak here and there, but things can change over time with friction in the parts and whatnot. This is looking really good. I know that's going to be hard to see, but at least you know kind of what I'm doing. Again, like I said, we get through the point where we're kind of just doing more of a checklist, making sure there's no odd things that happened or have changed. Gotta make sure my belly doesn't hit the keys too bad. That one gets stuck, so I gotta raise that one. He's almost goes back under. There, now he goes back under. All right. If I raise the repetition lever too high, then the hammer will not sit very firmly it won't come to rest at the same spot, because it'll be resting on a part that has that's spring loaded. So sometimes it might go a little lower, sometimes it might go a little higher. So it has to have a shared, the jack and the repetition lever have to have a shared responsibility in holding that up. So I'm right-handed, so I go right to left over the action like I'm doing. It just works out well. If I was lefty, I'd probably go the other way. I only like some hammers up at a time. There's certain spacings that work with my, my arm span, my body that make it safer to work around, where I'm less likely to break a hammer. These are heavier. These hammers in the base are a little heavier. They act a little bit differently sometimes. Yamaha parts here for these pianos are really high quality. I love them. Haven't had any problems or gripes about that. The way their parts come together. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is lower the hammers. No, I'm going to set samples to where the hammer height should be across the whole thing. And then I'm going to lower all the hammers to that point. And then our touch will pretty well be in place. We'll make some changes. Now I didn't set how far the black notes go down yet, except for the C sharp. So I will get to that, but it's not going to affect anything at this point to do it after, other than if I set the checking, which we'll do after that point. If I was regulating a piano from scratch, it would be a slightly different approach than what I'm taking at this point. I might do steps in a different order, because here I know that certain things are in place. I don't have to double check or rough certain things in. So just be aware of that. This is not the order you would want to regulate every piano. All right, we're gonna get. Easiest way to do this maybe is to get a blanket. Here, first I'm going to just set my samples with this Yamaha gauge. Oh, look, there's my phone. I haven't seen him in a while. Okay. right. So you need a capstan wrench. You need some kind of gauge you can pinch in the strings. I like to set the ends of the sections and the B's and E's in between. So I'm going to that gauge, and I'm going to adjust his neighbor to the left and lower the hammer right there. I'm looking like down through the thing. Down, so I don't know. Can you see the gauge down there, Down?
I think
That's it. Oh, you want to try the other side?
this will work.
Yeah, try the other side because I need to swing the tool in this way. You see this gap right here? I'm looking through there, but it might not focus back there, huh? I'm lowering the hammer. Do you see it moving?
Yeah.
See, I'm lowering that to match the hammer that's pinched by the gauge. Okay, a common thing that I see people not being aware of is that this line may not make a straight line, all the way across the action. It'll be arced because the soundboard is arced, and often the string height is then arched. So it's more of a curve than a line that we're doing here in the end. But we're just plotting a few points along that curve and filling in the blanks as if it were a straight line in between them. That's how I do it. I'll do the end of the section here. This gauge is a Yamaha gauge, and it's 46 millimeters. Okay. Now, talk about if the distance that the hammer travels is less, so say we start with them higher up, you lose power. You gain speed of repetition a little bit, but you lose power because you don't have as far that you can accelerate the hammer, okay? If the hammer is lower, it'll also feel heavier. You're doing more work. You're moving a weight farther. So there's a balance that you have to strike. See, you don't want something to feel too heavy, and you also don't want it to be too weak. Okay. That one doesn't want to stay on me. There we go. Alright. And like I said, the B's and E's and the ends of the section on my samples here. This will give more power, more robust sound by increasing that distance. Now this distance was not this small when we started, right? It became this way because we raised the key height to a certain level. Almost there. When you get up in the treble out of the dampers, it's harder to, that gauge will want to fall through the string sometimes, so we'll just kind of watch that. I do a little tap on the key after I make a move to settle it. If you don't do that, it'll be hard. You'll find that you turned too far and you didn't realize it because it didn't settle into where its real place was. That's one really good trick for setting a really good hammer line. Just a real gentle. After you make a move on the capstan screw here, if I turn it, every time you turn it, just do a little tap. It's a little hard to see back there, but it's kind of dark. But I mean, you could set as many samples as you wanted, but I think if you set much fewer than this, what I do, it's hard to get a good line. Trying to get that stuck there. It's kind of hard with this last one. It slips out a lot. I usually end up fishing it out of the action a few times here and there, like that. Luckily, it didn't fall all the way down. Takes a little bit of time. If I got it, yeah, I've almost got this. Little lower is what I need. Okay. You got that. Great. Now I'm going to get a little blanket. Shake it off over here real quick. Just to protect the finish on here and the surface. I'll just put the action up top and adjust it from there. But I will need my capstan wrench before I set it up there. Okay. Just barely fits. Okay. So we see our samples, which are the lower ones, and then those in between. I'm going to set a midpoint between the samples. Tap, tap, you know, like I'm always doing. And then I'll just go from there. It just helps to have it be a straight line. It's an easier way than just going from one direction and going all the way across. You make fewer errors, I think. Okay. that line is shaping out, and notice it is a little bit of a curve. In this case, on the base bridge, we can tell what the string heights are doing based on this curve that we've now translated into the hammers, okay? So it's pretty straight across, but it does have a slight up and then down to it. And then you have a few kind of pop out of line. So let's see what this is like here. Down, getting fancy with the zooming. Way to go. You want to be careful with this tool not to get up here and wreck those, obviously. Sometimes there's less clearance on some pianos than others. You got to really stay low profile. So just to be clear, I'm lowering this hammer so that it's in a straight line with this one and this one. That's what my eye is looking at. Just putting that in a straight line, and then I'll just fill in the dots. Fill in the blanks with these. Alright, getting there. Seeing something a little weird here. And what we're in this curve, it's not what I would expect. So I'm going to take a second look at this area in here, since it looks like they're kind of dipping down there. Then it kind of raises, the samples kind of raise up a little bit from there. Part of it might be just the way it's sitting, laying on the surface here, which is different than what it's going to be in the piano. So I'm not just going to assume it's wrong at this point. I'll just take a look in there at that one area. What happens if you just set two samples on the end and went across, you would like get off as you go, you'd start to kind of go one way or the other with that line. It's just kind of the nature of most people aligning things. And the top. You okay down?
Yeah.
All right. Now, this may not be accurate, but if you put yourself in the place of a dealer who purchased the piano wholesale and you're selling it for profit, and you're trying to be competitive and you're pricing things so that you have enough of a margin to get what you want, but sometimes that margin gets a little thin, and you want to increase that margin as much as possible, and the Yamaha piano came in like this, where it technically kind of checks most of the boxes as far as it's ready to go, but to fix it to be right would cost, a whole day and a half of work or whatever, a day of work. Would you sink the money into that? You'd be sorely tempted to not, right? And just send it out the door. So probably most C7s would not get this treatment that we're doing here. I think that's just the reality of it. So just something I was thinking about. Let's see how things are working. I'm gonna push to that shelf and see. I'm looking for a certain feel. It should go down some more and have a little bit of follow through, and it does. It feels pretty good and really uniform on the naturals. So just you can take these down and push through that. It should feel good, and it does. Okay, now we're gonna check the let off, which I set here. Now notice, watch this. I can push this note to the shelf and push through and kiss the string. Not literally, but with the hammer. And so I want to be able to do that. In fact, I don't know if you can get this angle down. I'm looking right. Let me use a pointer here. Looking kind of the side, but right at the hammer, that shadow of the string, to see how close the hammer gets before it backs off and drops. Can we get low enough for that? Probably not. More from the side. Nope. Just get as close as we can. Anyway, we're looking right there. And we're letting it drop, okay? And that's what we want to see. We want to get that close. I'm just going to do it by sight and feel. Actually, so this B falls a lot sooner, okay? it doesn't go as close to the string, so I'm going to tweak this underneath the let-off button. I'll be playing the key until it can kiss the string. Okay. And in most cases here, it's just one turn of this, one rotation from the front of these buttons, and I've got what I want. So it's really close, just a little further away, and a little further away is going to work better than if it was too close. So it's smart for someone setting up a piano going out of a factory to have that be a little further away. So they're pretty close, a lot of them. I didn't do this part yet. You get a little more intensity of sound if you're bringing it closer. Some of these just a little quarter of a turn. I push the pedal as I do this. It helps not have a false reading. I'll also kind of check myself looking at the top every once in a while to make sure what I'm hearing and feeling is accurate to what's going on up here. Interesting, I'm raising these quite a bit. And this will help the voicing of the piano be more consistent when this is consistent. And it'll bring out a little more power and brightness, intensity, all that. think these pianos retail just under $80,000 right now. Something to consider. Okay, I would like to. I didn't set how far the sharp keys go down yet. While I'm here, I'm just going to listen to the strike point. If I move the action forward or back, it changes where the hammers hit the strings. There's a sweet spot that's really small between the strings, so we're going to see if it's in the optimal place. Yes, it is. Perfect. Good job, Yamaha. So we could push. Yamahas are designed. You push the action all the way back, and it comes to a hard stop, and they've adjusted that stop where the optimal place is. But anyway, we're gonna adjust. We're gonna see. We're gonna do a course adjustment on these sharps, maybe slightly better than course adjustment, to control how far they go down. Now I set the sample C where I think I want it. Let's see. A little deeper than the deeper feel than the C. So I'm going to add a couple blue punchings underneath there. And okay, that's too shallow now. Let's just try one blue punching. So we might have had it in the best place. We'll see. Okay, that's actually that's where I want it. Okay. Now I'm going to get my gauge that we used for the height of the sharps. And I'm going to see if I can find a place where it's correct with the weight on it. Okay. Since, you know what, since I've already changed this gauge, I'm just going to change it so to this note. Adapt it to where if I set it, actually I want to adapt it to where if I set it right here, it's going to be flush. So then I can put the weight on it, flush with the back, and then it's going to go to the same position every time along the lever. So I'm going to run this down a bit and just adjust it till it's right, almost there, just a little lower. Okay, now I just got to remember that this gauge is not set for a proper sharp height when I do another piano. Okay, now I'm just going to go through and make the judgment call what we need to do to get that dip, okay? But I think what we want to do is put a 45 thousandths punching under all of them except for this sample first. I'm just going to kind of confirm that. Here, yeah, at least 45, I think. You see this gap here? That's a pretty big gap, you know, before this thing would be at the correct height. So yeah, I'll check the treble, but I think that's what we need. Yep. Yes, indeed. Okay. So we're gonna get really, really close really fast by just wholesale putting those in. Give myself a supply.
The phone 15%.
Oh, for the battery?
Yeah.
Let's run some power over here. Let me grab a cord, just one moment. Thanks for noting that. if we just tie it to the table here. Will that be okay for a bit? And you can just put it on the tripod
Yeah.
while I do this next step, and you take a break. Let's just do that. Oh, wrong one, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe the higher tripod.
Yeah. Where's that one?
Oh, I mean that one that you have.
That's the tripod too. I see.
This is the block. But it's hard to get the right angle on that. Okay. All right. Plug in power here.
Let you just switch over.
Sure. Yeah, just stick it in that.
Okay.
Should be all right. Okay, got a good setup. Till that happen. Okay. All right. So I'm going to stick these 45,000 punching from each of the sharps. So there's no other. Watch what you're doing. Yeah, just tear into it. Yeah.
Okay. You don't want any pictures?
No, it's okay. It was mostly just I want a video of it, but you can just have to do it another time.
Yeah. I'm gonna move this to that stool because it's just getting most of your back right now. I don't know. Is the side profile all right?
It's okay, because I'm gonna move to the right.
Okay. I'll just leave it.
Just stick it out as far as you can, or we can just roll this guy. Well, no, it's gotta be on that stool. Yeah, it'll be alright. I have a nice back.
Yeah.
Hang up on that incoming there. Sorry about that.
Is it cool if I put the hardware on that table?
No.
Okay. I'll
You'd have. Oh, because you're trying to lay it out to take a
Yeah.
picture.
I can.
What's that action on that white one? Can you just set the action on the gray one and then lay the hardware out on the white one?
Yeah.
I just don't want to get mixed up with the action and hardware over there, that's why. Okay. All these things do affect the sound. And I like what I'm hearing as far as the changes that are. As far as what I'm hearing. now we're going to check these a little closer. So I don't know if I can get my cord very close to. Something happened there. Sorry, I'm just trying to fix this tripod. Something happened to it. There we go. It's cross-threaded. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so now I'm going to stick this. Where's that tool? Okay, I'm going to stick this on the flush with the back. I'll put my finger overhanging like this so it can feel the back of the key. I'll set this on and then I'll set this right where the end of that is. And that's perfect. Perfect. That one's pretty good. Maybe a little shallow there. Something. Okay, I'm going to start putting blues and greens, which means we're getting close on that. Here's a blue. Just add some blues on those. Gonna be 2 blues. I have some thinner cardboard. That's useful. I'm gonna want there. Ooh. $30,000. And that's a little thicker. Let's do 35 on that one. And another 35, okay? So I'll just keep this up here. Okay, I'm going to stick those in. See where we're at. This will get me very, very close to where I want to be with how far the black keys go down. But the final test isn't determined with a gauge. It's determined with my finger, just running the keys and seeing if they playing through that shelf, if they feel similar or not. And then I'll remove or add punchings to the dip to refine that. When I reach for the punchings under the sharps, I just always grab all of them because it's too hard to monkey with trying to just take off the felt one. It'll be way too hard. look at the bass side. I'll go into a home, and this surprised me when I got into this business at first. I'd go into a home and sorry, let me check the chat here, see if anyone has anything to say or question about. Hein found the 37 steps at the Piano World homepage. Okay. Oh, that's good to know. Okay. So when I first got into this, I'd go in a home and I'd start regulating the piano. Hadn't gotten any voicing, tuning, anything, and way more times than is just coincidence. The customer would come in and say, "Wow, that sounds so much better," and I think it sounds better. All I did was adjust how the key works in the hammer, and that kind of tipped me off. I was like, "Oh, regulation affects the tone." Hey, Dylan, you don't have to tiptoe around. You can just do what you need to do, okay?
Okay.
I'll adjust to you. Because it's not like this is going to stop anytime soon.
Okay.
Do you need something?
Yeah, do we have a slightly smaller flat nose screwdriver?
I have one that would work for that. Let's see. My teeny one. It's really small. Is that right?
Okay. Yeah, that should work.
That's one of my favorite screwdriver. Don't run away with it. I know about you and screwdrivers. Selling them on the black market. Yeah, so anyway, regulation affects how the pianist is able to play the piano, which then affects the tone. For the most part, our wholesale adjustment did really nice. I mean, hardly having to add any punchings here afterwards. That one's a little bit 30 on that one. You want to close the door. We'll close the door on our compressor cabinet to make it a little bit better. Okay. So now I'm going to stick those punchings in. There's just a few. And the other side of that story is, just like regulation, customers would comment, "I love what you did with the sound of this piano. Wow, how'd you make it sound so good?" And then I'll be voicing a piano, like no regulation at all, just voicing, and someone will say, "Wow, I love what you did with the touch," just voicing and tuning. So that sounds kind of backwards, but that's the way it's perceived sometimes. So here's a good question. How often does a piano need to be regulated? I get that question sometimes. What would you say, Landon?
I have no idea.
That's what you would say?
That's what I'd say.
I have no idea. I mean, when it needs it, right, is what I would say. And I would say it probably won't need it if it's regular use in a home piano more often than, every 5, 10 plus years. If that. I mean, maybe some touch-up things, but it gets really stable once you kind of set things, and once things have kind of settled in that first couple of years. Maybe not a bad idea 3 to 5 years after you purchase a piano to have it re-regulated and voiced, and that work will last a lot longer than the initial prep because things have compacted already, the felts and leathers and so forth, and they're not going to change much after that. That's what you were going to
That's what I was gonna
say.
say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just got shy. Yeah, kind of. Look at that Corolla, or the
Is it, what is that? Is it a black car? I can't
the
remember.
black Dallin, is that your
Yeah,
black
just,
car?
I mean, might be able to make it, but I don't want to get.
Dallin, can you move your car
I don't
over?
want to get as close to his as I did to yours the other day.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a feel for it there. I'm going to grab a tool. Where did I put that? Here it is. This tool. And set the drop. Drop is see if I can show you this here. Let's see what we got battery wise. The drop is only push the hammer up and it escapes and then it drops a certain amount, okay? I'm just gonna check that and make sure that's even through. Here's my C. I'm gonna kind of match things to my C. Most of these are dropping a little more, which makes sense because I changed the let off higher, which makes that drop farther because the let off is the upper limit of it. Dropping. So when I turn that, it brings that up and it doesn't drop as far, okay? I can just go through and tweak these up in a line. Don't have to do much here, just a little. Just in the middle mostly, the let off was a little lower. And I changed it, so I'm gonna have to change the drop. Let off and drop kind of go together. You usually set your let off and then you set your drop. You know, I should probably do this a little differently. It'll probably be easier to set drop if I go through and check my key dip and refine it now. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so okay, for this I need my forceps here, and I'm just gonna play. I'm gonna go to the shelf and play through, and if it feels too shallow to me, I'm gonna change it a little bit. Or too deep, I'm gonna add something to it or take something away. These are pretty good though. Pretty consistent actually. Test a little, putting a blue under this one. This isn't something I can show, it's just by feel. It's the feeling of how big a step is it from that shelf down to the bottom. Pretty consistent. This one's a little shallow. Take a blue out.
I don't know.
And add a green here.
Yeah, the music fits, but it's like
And I'm changing the whites, I'm changing the blacks, I'm changing whatever's not even.
it'll be pretty obvious what that is as long as the screws are next to it. You can see what the screws look like.
If the dip is way too shallow, you won't feel any bump really, you know, because it won't have any follow through, and it'll barely get to the point. That bump is also when, you know, the jack is coming out from the knuckle. So you feel that? No, it was just two.
Oh.
There it is. Okay. Glue out of there. my very last key ended up a little bit shallow there compared to the others. I'm actually going to change the middle a little bit. I know that was my sample, but at this point I'm really close to where I want to be. I'm just changing it to be uniform. It doesn't bother me that I have to change the sample. Oh, if you drop all your punchings, you need to really make sure that your dip is right after that. Oh wow, I actually did pick them all up. Yeah, that was pretty good. I don't want to leave too little of, the term is aftertouch. I'm trying to steer around it because it's kind of a technical term, but I don't want to leave too little aftertouch. Because things change, and it gets less, even less from there. And like I said, then the mechanism doesn't work well. So I have to have some aftertouch, kind of a safety room for things to change around a little bit. So that's why I'm mostly removing punchings. These are really thin when I'm removing.
Yeah, they're not visible. Also, that piano doesn't have any cheap glass. Or screw.
Look under the lid, Dylan.
Oh yeah, they might be sitting right.
Yeah, I might have pulled them out to pull the action.
Okay, yeah. I saw one, I think. Piano going fully nickel. Or is it?
I have to read this sheet. I didn't spend half an hour on that sheet. For nothing.
Okay. Just gotta remember how to read it.
Sorry. I don't dare trust my memory. That's why. That's fine. That's fine.
Actually, one.
What are you looking for?
The screws, the cheap screws.
Oh, there might only be one.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a common thing to be missing for whatever reason. I thought you were saying you couldn't find the cheap blocks.
No. That would be scary.
Well, that sounds like they gotta be there somewhere. Okay.
Oh, looks like you didn't specify.
No, we did.
Oh, looks like you specified.
I'm like, what?
Just not in the plating section.
Alright. Sorry about that. Got calls coming in here. So just refining the touch here by feel. Some people will use a feeler gauge and
According to this.
to see how much aftertouch they need. They'll put a gauge on the bottom here. I don't like doing that because it's not going to end up, I don't like trusting that. I just go by the feel. I mean, that would get it really consistent for sure, but what's my point? I don't know. I just don't use it. I don't like to have to do another gauge. I already got enough gauges and tools I have to carry around. So if I don't need to add one, I don't want to. Okay, this is all looking really good. Really good. We're narrowing this down right now.
Those are the.
A little more shallow here. Part of it is that this will flex down a little bit. It might make it feel a little deeper when this gets clamped down. I don't think so. 'Cause it doesn't go down that much on this side, but some pianos that'll happen. So you just have to anticipate that. Okay. Right, getting so close here. I've been saying that with every step, I think. And I forgot, I already refined the treble side, so we're done with that. So now, so from this point, I'm probably not going to make any changes to how the keys how far they go down. So now that means that I can, I'll show you. Means I can set the checking here. And I'm going to do it like I mentioned before. I'm just going to raise it till it's basically as high as it can go without dragging I'm gonna push my finger on the key and my hammer and rock it back and forth, pushing kind of hard. And I shouldn't feel significant drag on that back check, if any at all. So I'm just gonna raise them all to this height. I would expect them to be much lower based on what we changed and had to change. Actually, not that low though. That's pretty good. And then don't worry, I won't forget about drop. I'll go back through and set drop, but I might as well set this now.
Alright, do you remember the best measurement for the measuring tools for these in the base section? Was that
18.
18?
Does that sound right?
Because you want to be shorter than normal because it stretches more.
Yeah, isn't that shorter?
Yeah, it's shorter.
That's so.
So 18, that sounds great. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that is shorter. What are you talking about?
That laugh.
2 and 18 seconds. Okay, I've got these all, more or less even here in a row. And the same height from the strings. And make sure there's no drag on them. There's not. I'm going to go up from this. I set kind of a sample like right over here in the C and C sharp. Okay. I'm just going to go up from that.
Smallest this thing goes.
Yep. These hammers catch the back checks really well in the Yamahas because I'm kind of tethered to the power cord right now on the camera, so I apologize. I'm not doing a lot of close-ups, but it's because they're roughing up the tails. You can see all this roughed up wood. They've carved them, and there's a nap to it the opposite way of which direction it wants to go, so it really catches it on the back check. My guess is it will also chew up the back check for lunch, like before too long of playing, but you can replace back checks, not too bad. Okay, set the base section, the checking on the base, and I'm putting it to the relative same place, the height. I'm looking down here actually to determine where I'm going to put it, and make sure it doesn't drag. Drag's no good. Just kind of trying to work on an even line here. These wires are fairly easy to bend and adjust. It's nice for adjusting them, but it also means less stable if it gets pushed on by voicing or something like that to extremes. So with the Yamaha, especially, really good idea to regulate before you voice to see what you're really left with and what you need to address and what you don't anymore with voicing. Otherwise, you might be led to do something drastic that was unnecessary. Okay. Hope you don't mind. I'm just kind of enjoying working kind of silently right now. Okay. Pretty good. I'm just going to carry on with the remaining two sections here. These aren't going to change as much. They're not quite as bad as the others. Those are long strings. No gloves, huh? Gutsy. Gutsy. Gutsy like Michael Jackson. The one glove. You knew you wore one white glove, right?
Yes.
Or maybe it wasn't white, it was black. Just one glove. I don't know.
White sounds right.
Yeah, white sounds right. Okay. One more section to go on the checking.
To be honest with you, this might take like 3 times as long if I don't have a second person.
Yeah, Don, you just help him.
Okay. Yeah. These don't get played. This could be like super speedy. These don't get played. No.
What are they?
The bottom screws on the music disc.
I especially want those plated. Just kidding.
Yeah. That's why he says there's newer power gloves. Yeah.
Clean gloves.
New gloves. I should probably replace these ones.
Well, I just meant no like finishing material or like stripping stuff on it. That's all I meant.
Yeah, so that one, doesn't matter, whichever one like get natural. And then stick it through. Probably put these ones, stick it through the bridge first.
So to me, it's more important how the hammers check than how far from the strings they check. I do want them consistent, like a row, but it's more important that they just go really well into check. The reason why I waited to do this till after the whatchamacallit, finishing the key dip, is if the key can go down farther on the front, the back also goes up higher, which means that checking is going to be higher. And the opposite is true. So you need to make sure you're done with your dip really before you do your final checking adjustment here. Sometimes you need to just, when you're putting on new parts, you have to rough in your checking just to do everything else. But you always have to refine it then after you change the dip anytime. Okay, that's pretty good. Starting to look pretty good to me. All right, then we're going to finish drop, and I think we're at that point. We're basically done. I'll check the springs at that point, but we're basically done at that point. Okay. So now when we do drop, you can definitely just put them in a line. Hey, good. How you doing, bro?
Good. Just out of curiosity, what would you charge to go up to Layton to do a tuning?
Pretty much. How long did it take to get there? Not that much.
Probably about 30 minutes. That's it.
Like the customer, or you guys?
Yeah, it's for Surf Pro, so they're.
Oh, at the insurance thing.
Yeah, I think it's just.
Okay, so I would charge $280 in sales tax. Well, not sales tax.
So,
$280.
280.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So you'll grab.
Okay. Sounds good. Oh, sorry, you're recording.
Oh, it's okay. It's just a straight. I just keep it running.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
All right, sounds good.
Does that work? Yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering. I might have see if you guys want to run up and do it.
Sure. Just let me know. Okay.
I don't know if it's really. I'm telling them. I think they're just. It's for a carpet or a flooring move.
Oh.
I think they're worried that it's going to go out of tune.
Yeah, with moisture or whatever. Yeah, it can.
Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, you bet. Okay, so we're setting drop here. Just we don't want it to be too much. Or the action feels kind of clunky. Don't want it to be too little, or we can have issues there with double striking sometimes. So. You want it just right. Probably right about there. There's kind of something else going on that what they call simultaneous escapement. So where I set this through, it's a timing thing with when this hits the button too. You want those to kind of happen at the same time. Is their thinking. So, but I can kind of feel when that's right. It's kind of like you get one crisp bump as you push through the shelf instead of a slosh of resistance. I'm setting this, I'm pushing this through the shelf, right? And then I see that line. It's not a straight line. I don't mean straight with the horizon necessarily, I just mean straight with its neighbors because the strings get thicker. It's going to follow the string height for the most part. That's what we want. So hey, I will set drop. Let's see, did we set it over here? Yeah, we did. I'll set it going up the piano as well. These look pretty good on this one. So if we didn't do all the fine work that we had done before this, I wouldn't be able to set these in a line like that because the aftertouch would be different from key to key. The let off would be different, and it would just be a mess. So when you can set drop like this, it's an indicator that your regulation's really good. So I ended up getting a little deeper with the drop here. Let's see. I need to kind of mend this. String height changes here, but not that much. Once the phone has a chance to charge, I'll maybe get a little more active with it, filming around. But from here, we're going to do voicing, okay? So
Yeah. This thing isn't that bad. Yeah.
oops. Okay. It's looking good. All right, now I'm going to check my spring response, the repetition spring. I push the key and I check, and I release the key slowly, and those are going to spring up. And Yamahas are traditionally set a little hot, a little fast, but we're going to see, you know, we're going to make sure they're all even, okay? And I would expect not a lot of adjustment needed here, just little tweaks. So, just going to start from the treble section and go down. I just push the key, let it go in a check, then gently release slowly and watch it pop up. I like these plenty fast. That one's a little too fast. Oh, now it's too slow. Too fast. And I'm actually bending this repetition spring down in here to get it right. I push it down or pull it and it bends it. And if I feel this force goes in opposite directions. It pushes the hammer up, also pushes the back of the key down with its force. So if I feel it pushing my finger in an uncomfortable, unpredictable way, I will adjust it so that it doesn't. It means it's too strong. I also have to make sure it's not too weak, you know. This one's too weak. Look, it lifts. It has a hard time lifting up. Just gonna bend the top of it up, put it back in. It's still a little weak. I want to see a little stronger. Now it's too strong, of course. There we go. Just right. Not, well, that's a little fast. Yeah, that's just right. This one's a little fast for me. Some of these I'm just toning down just a tad. I also kind of got to think though, where's the piano going, you know? It's going to a more humid climate. These joints might get slightly more friction on them. You know, I don't want them to be too slow and then not work well on arrival. So I kind of thread the needle, I guess. If I feel a bump on the key, it's too strong usually, you know, a strong bump. Now, when you change the springs, it can change the way the jack works underneath. And if you change it a lot, it could make it to where it's not going to work underneath and you without readjusting. But to the small degree that I'm changing these, I'm not too concerned about it. I think it'll be fine. Most of these I'm just taming just a little bit. good. Just a little taming, little refining.
Oh, this one's significantly smaller than the rest. Because we're in the micro section now. There's two of them per string.
Again, I don't think there's any brand of piano that you'd unbox that you couldn't make an improvement, like for instance, on the evenness of the springs here. Now, if anywhere's going to have a problem with the double striking or bobbling hammer, it's going to be here in the tenor section. So these might, I like to make sure they're definitely not too strong in this area, let's put it that way. Take extra care on that flat. Yeah, oh, I was Dallin had his ear pods in the other day and I was making fun of him. I said, Dallin, why are you talking to yourself? Now he's saying I'm talking to myself. Okay, I'll check the chat, see if anyone had any questions or anything on what's going on here. Let's see what we got here. Anything going? Just joined. Are you adjusting hammer check position now? And that was back a little while ago. Yeah, I was doing that. And now I'm just checking the spring strength. Just smoothing this out from note to note, making sure it's consistent, not too strong, not too weak. Just about through.
Oh, that's sick. I think they have like the rest of the stuff too. That's so good. So, but I think all of that in the past. And like Justin, one of them was like
a little slow. Fix that. That one's a little fast compared to neighbors. If you'd like me to show you the spring adjustment up closer, I can. If so, just mention it in the comments and I'll make sure we get a shot of that. Okay. Good. Now at this point, basically the piano is what I'd call regulated. Okay. For the touch and the adjustments and everything. So I'm just going to play it for a sec. Check, might just be the height of my chair, but it feels a little deep. I'm going to check it with my dip block again, just to see if we change things much from where we decided we were going to go. About 10 millimeters for the most part. No, I think it's good. Okay, just for fun, I'm going to see what the how well the hammers are mated to the strings, because no, I think the regulation's probably just great. But what's bothering me about it bright and great. But here, then from here, it's a little bit swallowed. I want it to sing out a lot more up here. Down here it's fine. You know, like I said here, I just need it to sing out more with a little bit less effort. So, but I am getting a little bit fatigued, as you can tell from my yawn. Excuse me. So I think I'm going to take a significant break. I'm going to shut the stream down for about an hour or so, and then I'll pick it back up after that. So when I come back with a fresh ear, I will work on voicing, and that's pretty much where we'll end up. So thanks again for watching. We'll pick it back up a little later.